Hello, everyone. Welcome to my stream today. It's been a few weeks. Hopefully everything still works here. I've been out and about doing the conference thing. And we're going to talk a bit about that. We're going to talk a bit about what's been going on. And it's not over. I've got a few more conferences after this. So this is just an opportune, I'd say, break, not really a break, in the middle of things. So, sorry, just getting everything set up here. So yeah, why don't everyone say hi in the chat, and we'll get started here in a few minutes. I know it's been a little while. People probably aren't used to coming out here on Friday. It's been it's been like a whole month, really, actually. I think my last stream was April 21st-ish. So, yeah, it's definitely been a while. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah. It's been some time. But on the positive, that means we actually have something to talk about. It's fair, we usually have some stuff to talk about. But there's a lot of news that usually comes out around the same time as all this conference stuff's going on. And usually, while I follow that too, I end up on these kind of deep dive tangents on certain specific topics, and new realizations happen all during the flow. And we'll just kind of talk about that, keep it kind of casual. As we do that, I probably should tell people that I am live streaming so we can get that rolling. Let's see here. I did advertise this one, I think. So I have so much to scroll through to actually find this. Okay, yeah. What's everyone been up to? Has anyone actually been to any of these conferences I'm talking about? It just seems like there's been so many, in the last little while. Live. I gotta remember, it's been so long. I'm like, what's my Twitch handle here, right? What is it? Just Ryan Solid, probably. Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. Let's actually make sure that works. And we're just killing those pre-rolls for those of you who are joining us on Twitch. Oh, there we go. Audio back through. That's something else we got to play with a bit today, because I actually got to see if next I'll pull this over here. If we can listen to some of these conference talks and kind of do them live a bit. There's not full talks, but there's definitely portions of that I wanted to look at. So, yeah, let's get this all going. All right. As people are joining on, yeah, it's been a little while, and I don't have some cool guest today, unfortunately, to tell about some new innovation that they're doing. We're gonna have some more guests come in when I finally come back and get more full time. There's been some people I've been meaning to talk to, and we'll talk actually about some of the stuff that they released over this past little while too as we go. How are we doing on time? It's only 4 minutes. Let's kill some time for a moment. Oh, sweet. We got some people. We got some people in here. Yeah, no innovation lately, right, Dax? Will there be a segment called "This Month in JavaScript" later? Probably not, because that's the whole stream here. It's not like I've been working. I mean, I've been doing some work, but I haven't been working in the same kind of zone that I usually work on or have guests to speak on. I'll give the big shocking reveal here. If I go over to GitHub. You can tell when there's conference season, because if I go to my repositories, or what is it, my profile on GitHub, here we go. Okay, so this is the last year, looking pretty good, mostly kind of regular. This is the last month. There's some greens in here, some darker greens, but my point is, you can basically see when I started on this stuff, and I have not been nearly as active. I think I've only got I don't know. I'd be surprised if there's more than 20 contributions in the last few weeks. So yeah, not my usual work, not my usual schedule. So subbed to get past the pre-roll ads so I could get here just in time to hear and talk about getting past the pre-roll ads, of course. So yeah, anyway, it's all good. We're rolling. As I said, I suspect a smaller audience because when you have a routine, people generally come regularly. So we can probably get started. This is going to be a loose one. It's basically going to be just like a full this month in JavaScript. But I want to look at a couple things as we go, talk about a few things, and just general impressions of what's been going on. Conference season is an interesting time in that there are two. It feels like it is really a season, and there's two of them. There's one in the springtime between, say, April and June, and then it kind of dries up a bit during the summer. And then there's clearly one that starts towards the end of September through November. There are, conferences here and there, in February and December and August at various times, but it seems like they mostly happen during these kind of concentrated times. So, I there's been so many that it's going to be hard to talk about them all. I mean, obviously I've been at a number the last few weeks. I was at, where was I? I think my journey recently started actually at IJS, London, and then I was in Reactathon, and then I was at BeJS Belgium. But during the same time, we had a bunch like Google I/O. There's been Vue London. There's Remix Conf. There's just been a ton of them. Hello. Thanks for joining us. Hello. Just getting all the highs, and see, it's starting to roll. This wasting time for like 8 minutes at the beginning really works, So I apologize to the people that came early, but it is what it is. We haven't really started anything yet. Where are we? I'm like, okay. I'm almost at the start. I'm gonna run this today off Twitter mostly, but then we're gonna like go off tangents and stuff. Mostly because I think if there's a key takeaway through all this is that there's a lot of innovation that's been going on the last year, and I've talked about this, and it's finally getting to that point where people are like, let's showcase what we've got, and this stuff is coming from all over the place. So you're going to see that throughout. We're going to be talking about like little pieces, and for me, I don't know if anyone actually noticed this. But personally, I'm excited. This is going to keep on coming up, but just throwing this out here, I am excited. What am I excited about? I'm excited about everything. This has been an incredible amount of change and new innovation and risk and people trying, a lot of different stuff, ways to make our lives slightly better, ways to completely change how we do things. And I'm gonna leave that thought here as we start going through the stuff. Not the CEO of Signals anymore. Yeah, no, that was someone else gave me that title. But I thought this was I thought that this more accurately depicts where I'm at the moment. Hey, long time. Yeah, I realized after the last stream that I didn't get the timestamps in. I don't know, so busy traveling. I have to thank him for basically making all the timestamps for all the YouTube videos that you watch. I just forgot to actually copy them into the notes until like a week ago. So yeah, CEO of Excitement. There we go. That's even better title. All right. Here we go. Yeah, sorry. It's important to me because how should I put it? Like, we'll get into that in a minute. Let's just first start talking. I'm going to talk a little bit about IJS. IJS was in London, which, I've only been to London twice, and the first time, well, we have a whole other stream about that. I was at the conference that shall not be named. And this time did not have the same level of expectation because it wasn't sold at such a, rate of having thousands and thousands of spectators. But it was a good, tight conference, some good talks. I'm hoping some of them will get up at some point soon. I actually really enjoyed a talk from Mishko Hevery where he compared the update model with all the frameworks in a way that was really digestible. I think my favorite part about that talk, which isn't probably public or live yet, what is this? Whatever, was that he drew this little diagram, and I'm going to draw it for you all because I found this diagram really, really helpful to me. Basically, what he did was he drew a circle. And the funny thing is, after I draw this, someone's going to tell me that he already shared the exact same diagram on Twitter somewhere. He drew this, and then, you're going to have to excuse my artwork here in a second. And then he drew, okay, maybe my lines are too thick. How do whatever, doesn't matter. It's probably because I'm zoomed in so far. He drew something like this, and you're going to have to excuse me here, where I'm going to try to draw this, and then maybe I could put some circles on the end. All right. This is the fun part, right? And then like this. Okay, you can kind of see it. It's a pipe, and then he put our other circle in the middle. Maybe we should color this circle. Then we can see stuff easier. Okay. This is, let's give it a fill color. Let's make it solid. Let's do this. Yeah. And he drew this. Okay. And this. And I quite enjoyed this because you guys are like, what the hell are you doing, Ryan? Well, he wrote this as well. Did not go to school for visual arts. No, did not. So, yeah, I this is pretty poor, right? Is everyone okay here? Okay. But what he helped explain the idea behind reactivity, but by saying like, you can have a value. A signal is a bucket with a value in it, and an observable is a pipe with a value that flows through it, right? And obviously with better drawings, we can stand by this, but I think the visual actually is incredibly helpful. He went on to show how re-renders work in every framework, which was really cool because a lot of people have a hard time showing that Svelte is actually a component-based framework that re-renders components very similar to React and not like Solid or Signals. People think they're similar, and he did a very good job of actually demonstrating that. But the easy, one screenshot's takeaway was this image, and I think it's very helpful for the Angular folks out there, trying to like reconcile these things, because there's certain properties that come when you have these different shapes of primitives, right? Like a value has no way to pass it around except for the value. You can't like get the latest. Things have to rerun, where you can pass a bucket around and always just like, oh, what's in the bucket, right? And then obviously a pipe, this actually has like a hole on both ends. Like it doesn't actually contain the value. The stuff passes through it. Just subtle kind of piece, but was very valuable from that talk. So I hope it gets published and people can check it out, right? So the other thing that was really cool about IJS for me was I got to sit down and talk with Dan Shaper. And for you all who don't know, he is one of the most prominent voices on the JS Jabber podcast. And I've been sharing recently that I've been on the JS Jabber podcast like multiple times in the last couple of months, talking about everything from future frameworks, hydration, SolidStart, all that kind of stuff. And he did this really great talk on web fundamentals and looking at like the way that we measure stuff with core web vitals. So for those who don't know, there's like two things that go on. And if you watch my stream a lot, you see lighthouse scores, right? We go in, we make a Hacker News demo, and then we, go to page speed insights. And when we go to page speed insights for my demos, usually, because I literally just made them on stream, we only get the numbers for the specific, lighthouse speeds, which is a synthetic test. The reason we go to page speed insights is it's not on your computer. It's on a computer that is out there, that is standardized in a sense. So you can go like, no matter where I test this, there's this stock machine that makes that, or set of machines that make this distinction. And Core Web Vitals also use a lot of the same scoring, but they are actual based on real user data. And if you remember a month or so back, Fred from Astro put out an article that we talked about on stream a bunch about like comparing the Web Vital scores. And during Dan's talk, he was also talking about comparing the Web Vital scores, and like some of the newer frameworks, obviously like Astro, Qwik, and Solid do much better because obviously smaller sample size, and we don't have the historical legacy of, using techniques that aren't as, well performing. Like we've learned a lot over the last several years. And the thing is, sites that were made 7 years ago, well, guess what? They're still up there, still affecting these scores. So it's a little bit of an unfair comparison on that side, but it's really cool kind of seeing that there's like both the synthetic and the actual from working through these things. And what was cool for me at least was I watched another talk. I think it was from Nisu talking about like the fact that the browser has a lot of the performance metrics built in that you can just use as JavaScript APIs. And actually, today I actually had a talk with Michael Mockney, who works on the Chrome team, to talk about performance and about Core Web Vitals. Because one thing that the big boogeyman, so to speak, and this came up in Dan's talk, was that there's a new metric, and it's not that new. Everyone's been hearing about this for a while. What is it called? IMP, Interaction Next Paint. And the idea is the current vitals aren't really good at measuring interactivity. And if you look here, and this came out in Dan's talk, which brought my attention to it, is it will replace first input delay in March 2024. So we're talking about in less than a year, this will be the metric. And I'd been talking to some people about this metric, and they were like, this is terrible for single page apps and whatnot. And actually the scores that Dan showed that most single page apps just did very, very, very poorly here, which was very concerning, obviously, as someone who works a lot with client-side routing. And, if these page metrics mean, that, this has impact on SEO, Google search rankings. It has, it makes things challenging. But luckily, I have learned, well, not luckily, fortunately, I've learned that IMP was not what I thought, which is really helpful to know. So I'm going to talk about that for a minute because, hey, as I said, this is going to go wide. So let's actually talk about that. First of all, I mentioned earlier that you can get a lot of the Web Vitals directly in your browser. It turns out there's like a package for it, like everything else. npm install Web Vitals, and then it's like on CL, this is, what's this? Is this content layout shift? What's CLS? I can't remember. First input delay, largest contentful paint. And essentially, you can just use these APIs directly in JavaScript. You know what else is cool that was brought to my attention? You can get a browser extension and actually see the stuff. Like, check this out. If I refresh solidjs.com, we're going to see some numbers here. Okay, so LSP here was 447 milliseconds. That's pretty good. I'm in San Jose, so whatever. There's a bit of a content layout shift. Let's see, can I get some more? Okay, well, it's just really fast. Okay, but when I interact with the page here, let's say I go from guides to get started, it'll actually give me first input delay and it'll give me IMP, like real time. So like if I interact with something here, like, I don't know what, let's go to, I'm trying to go to a page that isn't like in a different page reload. Oh, there's IMP. That one was interaction, 32 milliseconds. That's good. Let's do another one. Server. Sometimes apparently there's a threshold before they even get measured, but what's cool is you can see here when you extend it, you can actually see how much time is spent on input delay, on processing time in JavaScript, and on presentation delay, the time they render it. It's pretty cool because what Michael was actually telling me, which is cool, is one of the things he likes to do to play with this metric is look at switching between light and dark mode, because you kind of like have to hit every element on the page. So you can see when I switch to light mode here that the imp score actually more represents what's going on, right? Because the input delay was almost immediate. Then I got a fast computer. Processing time was almost nothing for, and then the presentation actually took 50 milliseconds to actually render the page. But the fact that this isn't just a measure that you get from like, going to Lighthouse. So one of the things is Lighthouse is synthetic, and generally speaking, to date, it's all been load metrics. So like you didn't like if you wanted to see imp or these kind of metrics, you'd have to actually go and have your site up for several months, see the core web vitals for it. I didn't realize you could literally just get a browser extension. And if anyone's interested in getting it, I think it's just called Web Vitals, this browser extension, which is really cool. Sorry, it's Chrome. It's a Chrome extension, but it's not. The APIs aren't specific to Chrome. It's part of here Web Vitals. Here, did I get this? Yeah, this one. And offered by Adi Osmani. So that's the indicator. I'm just going to drop this in here. Yeah. And as for the package is, I think it's just Web Vitals. Yeah, the Web Vitals, npm install Web Vitals or pnpm install Web Vitals. So this, as I said, we go on here and we always play with our Lighthouse scores, but now we have a new tool where we can literally, like, if you wonder how imp is going to work on your page, try it. Like, I mean, obviously this is my local computer. Like, there's a trade-off here, right? Like, there's a difference. Like, not everyone has my device, right? And setups. So, and it'd be interesting to see, like, does the plugin get impacted by, let's say I go into Performance tab and then I like do some stuff here, like, where are we? CPU throttle. Let's 6x it, So if now I'm 6x slower, and then I go back to the console, and then I switch light to dark mode, is it impacted? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, maybe. Looks like it's a bit slower. I don't know. I mean, obviously your mileage will vary depending on it, but this is interesting. This is a cool tool. Another one to add to the arsenal when testing your site, and also very helpful for me as a framework author to go like, are transitions a good thing? I didn't actually get into what imp is and why I'm less worried about it for single page apps now. I can pull out the oldest Scala draw for this one as well, but it's easier to show as a timeline, so excuse my drawing yet again. But essentially, my understanding at least is that, like, think of a typical timeline. Like when you click to do something, I'm gonna make a timeline with a base, and I'm gonna go that way, okay? And then so the first thing that happens is user interacts. So they click something, right? Click, okay, and then let's pretend it's like a spa navigation, right? The next thing that happens is some short period afterwards, you're going to have the actual code for the event handler fire, right? And then hopefully we'll see this event handler will, gotta do something about that line. This event handler will, probably add some kind of pending state, like I'm routing. And this is like, because the event handler does a bunch of work, like fetches data on the server. So at some point later here, data comes back. So, I mean, we can add like another, like, I don't know, we can add like a region here with like some green or something. We can go like, we can just kind of call this region, I'm oversimplifying here, but we're going to call this region like data fetching. It can also be code fetching if you're code splitting, but we're just going to sneak this guy in here. And yeah, I mean, whoever mentioned that I'm not a graphics person is like dead on, you know, like actually, yeah, whatever. Okay. And then this event here is going to be like data loaded, and then we're going to like finally near the end of our arrow here, I'm going to put one more of these on, and we're going to say page rendered. Okay. Now, the interesting thing is, if it's almost easier to show this like with multiple colors, but if you get rid of this pending state indicator here, the end user has no indication that anything has happened until you get to here. So they're paying the cost of essentially this whole thing if you don't put this pending state in, right? Like this is what they see. This is very bad for imp, because essentially the time from imp is from this click all the way till the page is rendered. Very poor. But if you, sorry, so the time for imp is this whole range. But all right, if you indicate pending state, then like we're here essentially. Like if we don't lock up stuff and we just like give people a visual display, right? So exactly, ding, 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 ding. Use transition. We have it in React. We have it in Solid. Is very good for this. So like my concern is that you're not really measuring what the framework has to do. True, but this is what the end user experiences in theory, right? Like the thing is, if the framework is really slow in here or like this shouldn't really be about the network. It should be about the potential painting, to be fair. But the key part to understand is when we have stuff like transition APIs, indicators, ways to, you know, like not lock things up, which classically we did a really poor job of locking things up, then we have less to fear. Don't get me wrong. There are slower interactions. As you saw when I was on the Solid website here, like this one's a slightly slower interaction. Not enough to get us dinged, but you could picture there's probably some kind of interaction that's slower. Like, I don't know. I don't even know if messing in here actually. Okay, so playing in the playground is actually not bad, but you could pretend. It's not hard to imagine there's something slower on the page, and imp will punish you around all interactions. It's actually the worst interactions, and the longer that someone's on a page, the more likely they're going to come across those worst interactions. So if you're in a multi-page app and people interact with a few points, they might never hit them, but because a single page app is like the whole app, you know, like you never leave the page as far as Google's concerned, then like any interaction on any page in your app could count towards this, and it's the worst score. That's why they have a pretty high threshold. To get it good in imp, you only need to get 200 milliseconds, but which is, as you can see, like at least locally on my computer, a lot of these scores are very easy. Like we're scoring in like the 20 millisecond ranges, because we're not going to a server. We're really good using transitions. It's built right into Solid's router, so like you probably have, you know, if you use the is routing or whatever, you're probably already have the ability to get really good imp scores, but it's important to understand that single page apps are a bit more susceptible, even with all the tools that we have available to us. I am honestly rehashing a lot of the stuff that Michael just told me, so give him credit there. He's in the chat right now. But But I think it's important for us to understand this because this was important clarification for me. And it all came out of me being at a conference, sitting with Dan Schaefer and being like, huh. Because do you know what my concern was? Can I show you a demo? Let me show you a demo. Let's go to a tutorial Solid has on transitions, right? Here we go. Transitions. Last tutorial in our thing. And if you go here and you refresh, you see your loading state and a loading state for the playground. Don't worry too much. When we switch, okay, sorry, I actually have to turn on the transitions. That's without the transitions. And from an imp standpoint, that's actually not bad because it literally shows loading right away. That's just fallback fall, but let's go to transitions now. Okay, so when I do transition, you might have not even seen it. It looks like it's delayed. See, that one's, it's too fast because what I'm doing is here, it's still too fast. Oh, it grays out. See, that time it happened, it grays out. And what I did was I actually made a style sheet where I put a CSS animation on here where I wait 300 milliseconds to ease in the transition. I remember reading somewhere about Rails theory, whereas if you were too jarring on, and also falling to fallback is too jarring, but if you're even too jarring showing the loading state, like even indicating it, like graying things out, if you can delay that by a couple hundred milliseconds or 300-400 milliseconds, like within the threshold that people are used to, they'll think the app feels faster even if you didn't give them a loading indicator. Even if it is actually slower to show them anything, than if you like immediately do it and take it away from them. There's studies to show this, and if you listen to React talk, they talk about like this bus thing, like waiting for the bus. We've implemented some of these things in Solid. And I immediately went there and I was like, oh, we're actually telling people not to show the impact of transitions right away. Luckily, talking to Michael, he says it's about the possibility of paint and not necessarily the paint. So they're looking at heuristics here that won't punish people for delayed CSS transitions or whatnot. So my understanding is that this shouldn't impact your imp score and allow you to provide that, nicer DX. So when it's fast like that, you never see a loading state, 167 milliseconds. But when it's slower, like that, you get a chance. That's the gist of it. So while there's still caveats around being a single page app, I am much more confident that the APIs we're building right now will help us score better in websites moving forward. All right. Imp will not wait for data fetch regardless. Okay, good to know. Look a second at an imp at 0. How is that possible? I think it's just like that's a good question. But I think it's because the network isn't involved. It's the processing post event handler. It's the blocking time till paint is my understanding. Ryan trying to find a slow. Yeah. Yeah, we do actually, the router does actually have some stuff, but how should I put it? There is an active state, but the idea of transitions, which is interesting, is that like you're still on the current page while the other, I didn't actually show this really here, but if you look, if I get a slow one, maybe I need to change the example to force a slow one. Like if I update our delay time to something much larger like this, what you're going to see is this doesn't move until like it's done. We actually purposely keep things in the past and state in the past. So it's like, technically speaking, we could feed it back through, but I don't know if the rendering would catch up with it. That is interesting. If we used our own pending state to show it, then it would trigger it. There's some fun stuff around the way transitions work. I actually like this idea now that I'm thinking about it more, because we already are aware of the pending state on the anchor tags. We could just read into that same pending state. That's actually a really good idea, and it would give people like it'd be the no effort version of it. I mean, it depends. I mean, I think it's much more common to attack the content, but maybe not. Like maybe that pending state is how you add like a little thing. Yeah, it gives people options at least. I mean, you could do it yourself very easily by using the is router, but as a built-in, it's an interesting idea. Okay, yeah. I think sometimes the measurement is a little thing. But yeah, I mean, when I made the islands demo, this is how it came on. Michael came on my radar originally. Was I made the islands demo? Was it the solid, like our server component style demo, the one where it's like 5 kilobytes but it has client side navigation? Michael came in and he's like, okay, P75 is well below 200 milliseconds. Like, I feel confident here, and I was like, okay, cool. I think this is very much achievable as long as we have the right affordances, and I think the frameworks these days are actually really helping developers accomplish that. So I'm optimistic. I could tell, talking to Michael and having many conversations with Adi Asmani as well, the Chrome team is listening. They're right in there, understanding not just the problem space, but understanding how the solutions are being built in the frameworks and helping guide those directions a bit. And even sometimes when they're like, hey, you're kind of optimizing for the wrong thing, they tell us. So yeah, I think this is a very healthy relationship. All right, but cool, eh? If you hadn't seen it, this Chrome extension, I'm gonna have endless fun with. Like, they can just kind of go anywhere and just like see what's up. Again, it's your computer, so this is not like what you don't go post this on Twitter. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes page speed gets used that way because it's kind of like a neutral central ground, although nothing in benchmarks is truly neutral. But yeah, it's just this is going to be endlessly enjoyable for me. I have to admit. All right. Yeah. How do transitions work? Stores are mutable? Yeah, that's a great question. I did do some stuff to address delaying the writing to the end of the batch, but I think there's something innately challenging about that. The answer to your question is inside stores, they have signals. So the signals can still read. We now read, I made a change in 1.5. So the signal reads actually inside stores. Don't read the serializable state, but read the signal state. And so they don't read from the store structure. They read from the internal signals, and those signals are affected by the transition. So you do get the previous value. Is there holes in that? Theoretically, probably, if you're trying to walk through the structure in a certain way, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not, because you're always reading from the signal. It's an interesting question, but yes, to answer your question, because signals will read in the right transition state, in theory, store should be fine for this. Okay, cool. Let's keep on going then. Everyone with me still? I don't have any orange juice today. I didn't get a chance to pick any up when I came home. All right. Let's keep on going. But yeah, I love the kind of conversations that come up from conferences and the connections you make, around this stuff. Okay, so we're good on that. Do check out the extension. What is this? Oh, right, this is imp. Yeah. Cool. All right, that all makes sense. Oh yeah, see this, you're new to the stream. I literally drink orange juice pretty much every stream from a glass, from a straw. It started from when I used to do my streams at 8 p.m. and at that time of night, it was not orange juice, it was other beverages. But that's kind of been my thing, and I just don't have it today. Am I planning to do a future reactivity design? Well, it's actually kind of interesting. The following week, when I was at Reactathon, I had like a crazy... Oh, you asked me if I can do a TLDR of that. Yeah, because I shared a bit of that, didn't I? Yeah, maybe not right at the moment, but I had even crazier ideas kind of come out of that, and yeah, we'll get there. Sorry, basically I've been preparing my thoughts in like a HackMD future reactivity design, where I've been designing out a new async approach built into the core of Solid. It's reactivity. This is purely at a reactivity level, without even thinking about like the rendering piece necessarily, although it's like in my head how it works, which naturally handles async in a really cool way, in that it is blocking like React, where you actually throw promises, but so you don't have to do null checks, but it's limited to the reactive graph. So it doesn't block components. And this would allow, both not needing to null check, but also being able to basically reduce the amount of waterfalls significantly. So we could keep our like nest the suspense kind of scenario where you fetch above. I was playing an idea where we could actually use a compiler to wrap things. So you could write stuff that looks like this, like where you can go like await fetch users. And instead of having it, again, compilers are kind of fancy, and I don't know if I like this, but this actually came up from a conversation. I just come up with this new async, and let's talk about it because it happened at Reactathon. I just came up with this new idea for doing this really cool semi-blocking async approach. And I'm sitting there at a speaker's dinner the night before the conference with who else but Theo. And Theo is telling me he will never do any, like he'll never go back. Now that React has async components with React server components, it's over, right? And I was like, yeah, but like async components fundamentally is just a really bad pattern. Like really it blocks, it causes waterfalls associated with the view hierarchy rather than the data hierarchy. Like there's so many, like, I hope you don't await, like sure you can promise all, but like you're still locking it at that level. Like it's good in that it pauses and continues for you, which saves work on the server, but on the client, you can have other state changes, which complicates things in frameworks that render more than once. Like, and in Solid, actually, that wouldn't be that bad, but in React, it's actually more problematic. And I'm just like, why do you want this thing that is just like loaded with foot guns and just like really not a great pattern? And he's like, yeah, I don't really care. I just await, and then it does it, and it just makes sense to me. And I was like, I get it. Like, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, why can't we just fetch our data and be done with it? And I was like, look, it's only one extra wrapper. I forget what I tried to show him. I tried to show something that was like this, like create memo, async, whatever. Like, it's only one extra wrapper. And he's like, yeah, but I just want to write a component and await it. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And that's when I realized, though, that the reactive primitive part is the key part, right? If people want to do that, there's very little I can do to change it. But something that occurred to me that's really cool about async, and I know I'm kind of tangenting out a little bit, was that like async is really analyzable. This isn't like destructuring props. If you've ever tried to like destructure props with a compiler, and I think what's this one, Babel plugin solid on destructure. You know, if you're coming from React and you like really have to destructure your props, there's a Babel plugin for you. You can definitely go and do this, and then you can destructure how you like, and it'll all still work and stay reactive. And everyone's like, oh, why didn't you bring that to solid core? Well, it's because now put it in a separate function, put it somewhere else, and now it doesn't work. Like basically we're kind of lying to you about the rules just in the scope. And people seem to be fine with that mostly in a lot of cases. Like, but it's tied to this component mentality, right? Like it's the Svelte mentality or the React compiler mentality. They only care what's in the function in front of you. You are looking at a component, and that is what gets compiled. You've pulled the code outside, and you're in a different language, essentially. Like you're in React script, and then you're in JavaScript or TypeScript. Like and this is this kind of awkwardness around the compiler thing that really, you gotta pick your battles. And destructuring for me is an awkward one because it goes against the fundamental fact that stuff happens on axis. So try and teach someone why destructuring works and something else doesn't, and explain, oh no, the component doesn't actually render. We just do a complicated transform where we basically take everything you destructured and then actually access it where you access it. And it's like, it's not the way I want to teach beginners. But what was interesting is Async is completely locally analyzable because it's colors. Like essentially, you know that something's async because it's async and because there's an await. Like if something happens in fetch user, you don't actually care what happens in fetch user. All you care about is like at the end, you get this promise and you know this. So from a compiler standpoint, async await doesn't have all the negative properties of like some of these other rule benders things is because it actually does only care about what happens in the component. Because everything downstream doesn't matter, it's async. So I was like, it wouldn't actually be that hard to take this and compile it to like whatever I'm showing above here. Like just look here and go, okay, there's an await statement, just wrap it. And then since this version of does throwing, it would actually work. What I mean by that is like, if it doesn't throw the whole view, it just throws in the reactive expression. So like you could picture, a scenario like this where like we're doing something async where we fetch a user. It can actually, like when it goes to read the user at that point, throw full name and set that it's async. And then if someone else reads it down here, also throw and say it's async. And then when it resolves, repropagate through. And we can do this whole thing of data propagation without actually re-rendering any of the DOM or doing any of the stuff, as long as we separate the pure parts from the side effects. And now I'm getting kind of technical here, but I just wanted to kind of point out that it's interesting that if I was okay messing with the semantics here, which concerns me because like this isn't blocking. If someone put a console log down here, it would run immediately. So I'm like, yeah, but it's also completely opt-in because otherwise there won't be async components in Solid. I just don't see that happening. But if someone wanted to do this, then in theory, they could basically write this. And this is better than throwing at each one and like redoing the work like React does. It's better than promise all because promise all still would stop at this point. Because literally this one stops here and this one stops here. It's like where it's red. And since it stops where it's red, you basically have the perfect amount of blocking without the null checking. Anyways, but the downside is you mess with the semantics of JavaScript because await isn't blocking. So I don't know if I like that, but it's interesting that in a world where people are like, literally, I can't handle using a wrapper. I need to await something. I just want to like just use the data directly. What's interesting about this model is this would work for client and server-side Solid, no problem, which is really kind of cool because then it's a universal data fetching primitive that works across the board, whether you're using server components, SSR, CSR. And that's something of interest to me, which we'll get more into in a minute. Why not pool all the promises? Well, I mean, the problem with pooling all the promises is then you can't have stuff that come in independently. Like, see how this is a different suspense boundary? Then you could we do pool under each suspense boundary. Then you could stream them separately. Then you can update them. This keeps things independent, right? Blocking is kind of bad. Like, it just innately leads to other waterfalls. I don't know why we're so hyped on introducing waterfalls, even if they're on the server now. Like, it just seems like a really poor decision. How should I put it? The idea is some amount of waterfalls are unavoidable, admittedly, right? So there's nothing we can do about it, right? So we can try and, sometimes you can hoist the data fetching. You can use deduping as a form of data fetching. But the truth of the matter is at a certain point, there will be a hierarchical consideration and then you'll be stuck, which is fine because it will happen. But the question I have is, does that hierarchy, should it be related to your data dependencies or your view dependencies? And to me, it has to be data because view has other considerations. I mean, it's possible to always get to the other by careful optimization, but if we get to a world where you're like installing the stuff off npm packages, like all hell breaks out. Like this is not a solution that makes sense. So I am very much trying to see if there's ways that we can keep this performant in any case. Analyzer, I mean, yes, I'm talking about literally top level. Like if it is a component, you don't care what happens downstream here. I'm still skeptical on losing that transparency, messing with the semantics too much. Like right now, I do mess with semantics, but there's a clear boundary in the JSX. The components being the boundary, interesting. It might be what people want though, Yeah. I mean, I'm just talking about, I'm trying to generalize the resource thing at a core level where it is a promise to signal thing. But I think if I want to do it in a way that lets people not have to deal with the undefined state if possible. Basically, we're all trying to make continuations in JavaScript. Yes. And this is a lot of the same influences did it. Like we've been using the patterns that they use in Remix for years. Like honestly, even before I ever saw Remix. So did Sapper. So did Nuxt. Basically, every other framework other than React was already using the patterns that Remix was using in terms of hoisted data loading. Because like on the client, if especially when you got code splitting, like this all goes back to Ember actually, which also influenced React Router early days. But then React Router went through its teenage years and around React Router 4 and kind of like still could do it, but kind of drop that as the default. This idea of, specifying all your route configuration up front and then having the knowledge of being able to prefetch everything at nested levels. Like this has been bread and butter for most frameworks for years, but for some reason in React, it's good enough. No one cared. But I mean, obviously the Remix guys, being the author of React Router, were very aware and very concerned. And they're like, look, when we build apps, we build it like this, but no one else seems to be doing this. Let's actually like enforce this in a way that says like, hey, this is a good pattern, let's do it. Which is why they've probably had a lot of friction with server components, because like moving it to the server helps with the cost. Like it reduces the cost, and there are other ways to mitigate things, but ultimately like it still leaves a lot of room, right? Waterfalls are huge. Like back in the day, I used to say that, I didn't need SSR because my client demos were so fast. It was because I'd eliminated waterfalls. I was comparing to like server-side render frameworks that were like full of waterfalls. And I'm not even talking about waterfalls in the client. I'm talking about waterfalls on the server. And it was like shooting fish in a barrel. So like going back there terrifies me, honestly. But I mean, So yeah, I mean, this is kind of tricky area to work through. I'm just trying to catch up on stuff. Universal reactive, yeah. I mean, this is all part of we're separating a reactive library for the next version of Solid. So this is all the kind of work and thinking going into. And I had a few other conversations, some with even Michko Hevery, and I realized there's a lot of similarities to the way we're handling async. Like you got to think something Qwik needs async throughout, because like everything is async, because all code could load at any point, like the way it's written. In truth, it all gets preloaded anyways, but I'm saying like they had to write the framework in that way. So like a lot of people are handling it at the virtual DOM level. I think we can handle at the reactive system level and then make this something usable by everyone. That's my hypothesis, at least. If you have a filter, you have no waterfalls. I don't know if that's serious or just a joke, because but I think it's a joke, right? Because like the idea is like, as long as like Suspense is handling all this stuff, you don't actually see it. Because I mean, let's be fair. A lot of people thought that when Suspense was introduced, it would just solve the waterfalls, and then the React team was like, yeah, no, it doesn't. And that's why they pushed server components. They didn't actually give you the data fetching approach on the client, because they're like, too many people are going to make waterfalls, because their base premise is we need the co-location, right? Like we're assuming people aren't doing what Remix does. If you do what Remix does with Suspense, it's actually quite nice. That's what I mean. I'm saying what Remix does with Suspense. So that's literally what the developer experience with SolidStart has been. Like you fetch the data, you hoist the data fetching, and it all happens at the route level, and then all the pieces come in as they're available, code split data, whatever. Suspense handles it, automatically streams it, does everything for you. In a lot of ways, because our primitives work the way they do, like you can nest a suspense on the same component under, we don't need things like Remix as a weight component and stuff. Like it just works really nicely. So yeah, but I mean, there's always an extreme. Like, why is co-location so important? Think about the size of your page, the size of your like how many people are working on a given page. Like I feel like this, and I don't say this, a lot of people say stuff, oh, it's because Meta's solving problems that Meta has or whatever. It's not like that, because a lot of times I just say like whatever, but on that, because like people are too quick to just say like it's other people's problem. But I do actually think on a scale thing, co-location's biggest benefit is that you don't have to, like, you can stay local. So if you have like one team working on one part of the page, another team working on one part of the page, this isn't an option like to kind of like try and hoist stuff and work together. Like this is just the reality. So if co-location everywhere is the reality, you kind of have to give up that you're going to be super performant here, and you're going to have to find other ways to mitigate it. Like I think that's just the reality. And the thing is, they have one of the best solutions to do that in Relay at Meta. I mean, it's amazing, but like it's an interesting divide to cross between taking that kind of technology and those kind of ideas and then bring them to the general population to kind of be able to use them. And I think there's a gap here still. That's just my personal feeling. Like I'm all for Relay remix style, or that it's being called, but this hoisting of data fetchers does a good 80-90% impression. You can always load co-located stuff from the component into those loaders. That was a pattern that I thought originally. I had like .data on our routes as a separate file, and then I was thinking you put .data beside your components, and then it'll code split, and then you'd have data files import other data files. Like there's a whole architecture you can build around that. But the current position is don't worry about it, it's on the server. And I think, or, deal with it as you need it as it's on the server. And I think that's an interesting position to take, because like on one hand, yeah, like for sure, like how long before you actually notice a problem? It could be years. Like why worry about it now? On the other hand, like you start feeling for why the guys from Remix have been so hesitant on this stuff, because they're like, look, we kind of did that with React Router. We let things go. People did really terrible stuff, and we felt it was almost our job to fix it, like to teach people. We made Remix to be like, look, this is how you do it. Don't, like, you do a lot of really poor stuff. And like when you've been through that cycle once, you're just like, I never want to do that again. So anyway, this is a little kind of tangent on this, but it's important because this is kind of the challenge been kind of coming into talking about React server components and stuff, and Reactathon, which came, right? Because I found myself on a panel, talking about that. I'll get back to block VDOMs in a bit. Yeah. Yeah. So this is kind of a funny thing. We're at Reactathon and we're having a panel on server components. And who's in the panel? I mean, obviously, Shruti's the amazing job moderating and making sure we're on topic and keeping the flow going. But like the expert panelists, here to talk about server components is myself, originally Fred, but then replaced by Ben, the true CEO of Astro, as we all know now, and Tanner Lindsley. Now, to be fair, getting Ben in here is a huge upgrade, because Ben has done incredible work. He had that stream with Dan Abramov, where he probably was the first person to actually, like, with Dan, unveil like how you can use server components like in an outside Next thing. I know there's like an example in the React repo, but I'm sorry guys, that example is useless. Like that was the first thing where it made server components actually, like, oh, this is something I can approach as anyone. But like other than, but he also works on Astro. So other than being a bit of a server component sympathist from that standpoint, this is not your typical server component panel. And it's kind of interesting. I actually want to see if I can can find a snippet from this, because it was a lot of fun. We were all very civil, because it's not like Tanner Lindsley or Ben Holmes or myself are very aggressive, over the top, but we are talking about something which a lot of people hold with a lot of skepticism. And I think this has been kind of the challenge with server components in general, and getting adoption, because we just talked about how React still, to a certain degree, follows like a good enough mentality on things. And then people are like, okay, well, if my thing's good enough, why am I even bothering listening to this? It's funny. Can we find Reactathon day one? Let's see if we can find that Reactathon day one stream. Or let me see. Perfect. Oh no, this is just. Is this the? This is only. This isn't the whole thing. Is this the whole thing? No. No, this is Reactathon in the park. This is last year. Haha. Okay, let's see if I can get some audio through here so we can actually watch this. A panel full of our... That's not accurate. We're actually all bullish on it. Tanner doesn't have much use for it today, but he sees potential in it. I am obviously very much into the concept. If maybe, we can discuss the finer points of the implementation, like we are. And they are looking at how to add client-side routing in a server component-esque way into Astro. So this is not a bunch of people who necessarily, want to have, a negative opinion about it. And most of the panel was really good on that point. But I want to highlight a section of. I want to get to the point. I want to get to the point where Theo asks a question. So give me a second. You guys can't hear this. No, this was in a synagogue. You can't hear that, right? Like when I was playing it, no one could hear it. I'm going to change my audio device for a second and see if we can get this through. So let me change to my MacBook Pro speaker. This might change the audio sound. Is that better? Okay. Sorry. I was trying to see if I could... Yeah, because last time that's all I had to do. I just had to change it. Let me take my headphones off for a second. I think it's because the speakers aren't working. Oh, I see. I know. It's because Chrome's not playing through it. I just need to change the audio device on Chrome. That's what I have to do. I have to remember how to do this, though. I think I'll just change it on my system settings here for a second. Sound. Is it sound? Output. So let's not kid ourselves. Now we are kind of in this new paradigm. This is a big change and a big step. Right, there we go. Okay. So I both have to change my mic and change sound. It's fine. So let's just scroll forward. Yeah.
Thing, and also those that rely heavily on React context-based tools.
And in my enterprise, like, will my code break if React?
It's true. Like they're just going to see more and more growth into.
Okay, here we go. Theo asked
like
that's
the only thing we have to do is like, hats off to the React team, because that's hard. That's hard to do.
Yeah, I remember seeing a brand new React 18, and it works totally fine. So go import it.
There. Ask us the spicy ones.
all right. Here we go.
Go for it. Yeah.
So we've talked a lot about the friction for the adoption here. I am curious how we could frame this. We touched on it a bit here against previous adoption. Like when we first used React, we had to do a rewrite anyways. Like that's part of how this works. I think that hooks was a one-off in that sense, where hooks was one of the few times we didn't have to rewrite everything to get something. I'm curious, like, how big does the difference have to be for y'all to consider the rewrite, and how much do you think people are going to be moving in that direction in contrast to when we moved off of whatever is before to React in the first place?
This is actually a fairly conservative question and answer. Like he wasn't actually trying to get the spice, I don't think, but I think because of his positioning recently, and if you watched his talk, Theo's been getting into conference talks recently. He's done a couple of them, and I'm quite impressed with the content and the drive. He did the keynote at this one, especially trying to get people, you know, if server clones are going to succeed, it's going to be about how the community adopts them. So, you know, big on him here, trying to like kind of bring the conversation back into a civil place. Fortunately, it has the opposite effect on the speakers who, you know, rightfully may have a slightly different perspective.
I think a lot of that has to do with frameworks, because like if you have, you know, a small to medium or even a large app, like, and you're considering rewriting right now, like the only choice you have is to use Nuxt, right? And you want to use a framework. You want something that's going to hold your hand through the process, and you want the support and the ecosystem around that framework so that you feel safe in your decision, right? But right now, like there are so many applications that don't, you know, have the capability to move to a new framework, or let alone a new host, or even have a host like a server at all, right? So I think obviously having more frameworks, having more options for developers to try them out without having to commit to so much in one go, I think that's probably going to play an important role.
Sure, but now React was a new frame, or should we just treat this like it's switching to a new framework?
Yeah.
React's replacing React so that something else doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. If this is a completely new framework, then I mean, isn't this the point where people consider switching to other frameworks as well? Like, not that. Okay. That.
I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as big of a move, but but it is tricky because I find like it's easier for people to take an existing app. This is my experience with Solid, at least. It's easier for us to go like, okay, let's take our React app and put some Solid components in the leaves, so to speak, at the end. You're like, okay, I want to do this thing optimally. I'll just like put it at the bottom. Vue with Vue Vapor is actually taking this approach as well. You can use Vue, and then you can use their new compiler fancy thing like in the leaf nodes. But it's a bigger ask to swap out the root of your application. And I've been seeing some frameworks trying to like position like, look, you can use your React stuff inside our framework. That's a harder sell on the migration. I think that's the problem, the challenge here is because with server components, that is exactly it. It's like you have to you can't just like incrementally adopt it at the leaves. You actually have to like take the root out and then move the pieces in. I actually, to a certain degree, that's doable because you get to keep those pieces and then shrink them in size over time. But that direction is actually a much more longer, painful process than doing it the other way where you attack it and then kind of go up. So I think that's where the challenge is. It's not quite as hard as completely switching frameworks, but
But almost.
But I mean, people are coming to me these days. I'm just.
I can tell you personally, like it does feel like I would be moving to a new framework because you are. It's a paradigm shift. There's syntax changes. There's new environments. There's new execution models. There's so much new stuff that it does feel like a new framework, and that's not a bad thing, right? Because at least it's a good spiritual successor to what we have, Angular. But like with Angular, I felt very lost when I was, in Angular 1X land, and Angular 2 is like kind of looming around for years. I didn't know what to do, and that's when I switched to React. So it can either be a really great opportunity for React to say, hey, we know it's not, for the ecosystem to say, yeah, we know it's kind of a big process to move, but let's make it as easy as possible. I don't know what those tools are, but they need to exist, or like the pain could potentially drive people away from gaining the benefits, right?
Ben, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I remember the original question was around at what point is the benefits worth the trade-off of it is when you can compare struggles of would it be hard to move React to Svelte versus create React app to Next? I don't know. It depends on the app. It really depends on how much you would have to uproot. My last company, we were struggling to go from create React app to a file-based routing system, mostly because the incremental adoption was so hard. Because you're going from less opinions to a lot more opinions. And React Server components as they exist today, they are built around the app directory and other things as it exists right now. So if the benefits aren't super strong, you're building something highly dynamic and it's okay, I could uproot the routing system and do something completely different, might not be worth the trade-off. But if you're going from almost no SEO presence and no server rendering to full server rendering, SEO managed for you, routes are actually easier for developers to understand, so the friction is worth it for onboarding junior devs, all these other reasons, then suddenly the trade-off is really worth it. And you can bring your React design system along for the ride, which is usually something that might be weighing down larger systems. So yeah, it's really when you're in that pocket of content stuff, e-commerce, and anything that really benefits from the server side.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, can you guys hear me all right again? Let me see, am I coming? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I am. Am I coming through? Yeah, it's hard for me to tell when I'm coming through the speakers or not. Okay. I won't. Yeah, let's talk about this for a moment, eh? This is one of those things, right? I'm gonna bring my head back in here. I loved this segment because it was pretty real. And I think everyone had actually really, really good points here. And it's funny because this is at a React conference. Keep in mind this is Reactathon. And we're talking about the hottest new technology server components. And as I said, everybody here is someone that I would consider very respectful in terms of, the overall, framing of things. And it's tricky because they all have really good points. The biggest one is the majority apps probably are still in this CRA zone, right? And moving to Next, as Ben pointed out, was actually challenging in itself. And this is before the app directory. And now the app directory is another thing. It's almost like being two zones removed and hoping that the ecosystem can make that move across basically two migrations at once. Obviously, you can just jump to the last one, but conceptually, it's actually a big move. And this is what a lot of conversations have been around recently, I feel with this stuff, because this is a very cool technology and very powerful, but the difference between React in 2013 and React in 2000, let's take it up, and React in 2023 is that now they're the incumbent and they have basically all the users. And in 2013, I mean, if you've watched that honeypot video, you know what I'm talking about. They kind of came off and they're like, look, we kind of saw that there was a better way to do things. So we just told everyone that there's a better way to do things. People didn't believe us, but we were a little bit brash, a little bit, they were a little bit aggressive, which is fine. But they were right, kind of. We did need to change the way we were doing things. They were right about a lot of things. Maybe not everything, but a lot of things. And we had this current ecosystem of things, and they really enacted change by being the small player that came in with we know how to do things better. And actually, the Rich Harris's talk where he talks about the frameworks actually says that is he actually says we do it better here. We don't live in these mud huts, but we live in these cities of technology with skyscrapers or whatever. Paraphrasing him a bit, but it really was that kind of feeling that they were look, everyone's doing it wrong. The concern is right now it feels like that kind of attitude is still present, except everybody is React users. So it's instead of pushing up against a bunch of people using other tools and being like that it's like pushing against like their own community. This is why someone like Tanner would even speak up, because he's like, how do I move from CRA to like needing a framework and actually no, we're server components now. Like that is a massive ask. And I realized I was sitting there at Reactathon at the Clerk hackathon talking to people from across the ecosystem. And a number of them were there before, say, the Vercel event that was happening that week, or that evening. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, it's not just even the singular feeling of, the community, who's obviously going to be off-put when there's big migrations. It's hard. Even if you try your best efforts, people are going to be put off by change. I mean, they trusted, they believed, they built, and now you're saying like, no, that's not quite the right way to do things. You need to change what you're doing. But it was like coupled with this like Apple-esque, like kind of like exclusive, like we are the cool folks attitude. It was such a huge, like, I was just sitting there and I was like, this is what's happening. It's not like any of the pieces of the alignment's bad, but like suddenly we've gone from this world where we had kind of like some almost cocky, know it better devs coming and saying you could do something differently, becoming the biggest player, still keeping that attitude, and now surrounding themselves with like, we've been working on something. We think you're going to really like it. Like, it's just like the wrong presence or attitude to get the average developer on board. Exclusive events. Like, it's just like, oh man. Like, if people say cult, I don't know if it's necessarily a cult. Like, is Apple cult? Maybe, but like, it's just like there's this exclusivity at a time when we need to be embracing it. And I got to say, this is not everyone. This is just the perspective I've been seeing on social media. I think actually the React core team's been doing amazing work. And when I say the core team, I don't mean the core team you're aware of. I'm talking about, I had conversations with Joseph Anna. I had conversations with Eli White, people who actually have, from Meta, been reaching out, trying to get that read on the community, trying to understand where people are at and where they're missing. Tanner will tell you himself what amazing conversations you have with these people who care about the future of React. But it's not the public image right now. And I think there's something to be done about that. I mean, to be fair, them showing up at Remix Conf, which I'll get to in a few minutes, is actually a big step in the right direction. But this is, I was trying to place my finger on what's the problem with React, Next, Vercel, because it's not like somebody's controlling someone else. That narrative is boring and tired and never was true. But it's almost like too much together, too exclusive, too we know better, and it's the most alienating thing that I could picture when you just put all the pieces together. And that was the stark contrast between what I felt and saw at Reactathon, and then, like, what came immediately after. I'm going to catch up on chat now and see if I can address some of this stuff. What do we got here? It's also asked the engine words to adopt new infrastructure in the form of serverless or node. I think. Yeah. I mean, that's Theo's doing a great job spreading the good word, so to speak. But yeah, I mean, this migration's been happening for a decade-ish. Not. I guess when did we start all moving serverless stuff? I guess 2016 on, so 8-ish years. So we're getting into full swing now. It takes 5 or 7 years to move from the version to the next version of your product. So like we're at that point where we're past the halfway point where everyone's kind of like asking this question. Yeah, I mean, what went viral over this whole thing, or not viral, was that Tanner straight up compared it between Angular 1 and Angular 2. And maybe that's fair. The funny thing is you talk to people who worked on Angular and they'll tell you like, oh, we did a great job on the migration, which, everyone else is like, But like they had to migrate all these apps in Google. So they wrote scripts and migration. They tried really hard to help people with that shift, at least internally. I don't know. My understanding, it didn't go so well in the ecosystem because of like just conceptually different enough. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We're all going to go through migrations, so we're all going to have trouble. I'm not going to get all high and mighty right now, considering Solid, for example, is 1.0. Like, you know, we will have, this will be, you know, elements of this will be in our future. But I think what's interesting of this is that it's why, you know, Tanner's where he's at. Like, Tanner, picture being a guy who builds probably the most amazing TypeScript router that we know of across all frameworks at this point, and having no place to put it because he's a React developer and he needs a framework for it, right? He essentially has to build his own framework at this point, and he doesn't want to build a framework. He's basically a Vite CRA guy. So, I mean, obviously, this is how we even got into the same loop of things, because most Solid users are still on the CRA Vite kind of side of things. They're only just getting into server rendering with Solid. So we have an opportunity here to take them with us and take them with us to server components. That's obviously because we don't have that legacy, but it's something that's of high value to us. It's interesting, and I understand why. It's because it takes time to figure out these things, why it hasn't been communicated as such a high value on the React community. And I think part of it is because they need to prove the idea first, so they've been focused very much on Next, which might not be as incentivized. But this is essentially the crux of the challenge here, right? Let me see some more comments here. Yeah, I mean, and this is an interesting challenge too, talking about like it's a people problem, because you already have people working on these teams and that, and we're basically saying, no, you got to do everything in JavaScript, which is something that I talked about in an article a while ago, the JavaScript paradox. Like, this is a real concern and consideration, definitely. But yeah, I mean, this is a tricky thing to navigate, even from the way teams and organizations are set up. Ben had the best answer. Tanner had the spiciest. Yeah. But it's funny, when Tanner Lindsley is the one giving the spiciest takes, like, where are we at? I mean, there's a certain practical sense there. It's like, what am I supposed to do? What are you guys telling me? I've got all this code in React, and now I need to do what with it? Okay, so I could basically choose any other framework. Like, that was where he was at. He's been trying to figure this out for a while. Yeah, he's in the working group. You know, he's not out of the loop on this stuff. It's just been a challenge, which is fine. Like, server components are great technology. This is the challenge. You know, like the approach to server components, I'm very bullish on in general. I think it actually addresses a lot of the like performance considerations around React, especially around server rendering. I mean, it's hard to say that. I don't know if the server rendering is actually that performant. React server rendering has never been particularly performant, but the truth of the matter, and I've said this for a while, is you can scale up servers to a certain thing, take those costs up to a certain scale, you're fine. But the end user impact on stuff like hydration is not something that you actually have any control over. And this makes an impact on your end users, which is something that I think is worth considering or looking at. Yeah. Yeah, okay, just reading this. Vercel branding React culture elitist. Yeah, I'm just catching up. Was anyone at React at ViteConf? No, last year I don't think so. There was an almost no, like, there's a bit of a tension there. I don't think, which is weird to me, because, like, honestly, Vite is the best way to get started with React today, for most people. And I mean, it's arguable that it's Next now, I guess. But Vite, I'd say until RSCs came out, I mean, I guess you would want server-side rendering as well, but like, then there's that. But for like everyone who did not care about server-side rendering, Vite has been just a better CRA in every sort of way. And adding server rendering to it wasn't even that hard. I think RSCs make it harder. That's why Nikhil, you were on my last stream, spent so much time trying to get server components into Vite. Vite is great. Thought converter recons the original reactive Vercel. Yeah, I mean, and we've been saying this the whole time. I think there's a tweet someone said that like on the stream was the first time they heard the take that Dan gave at Remix Conf, which is simply the fact that they are the first ones willing to actually try this stuff. As it turned out, the situation at Meta internally was like server components they saw use for potentially, but like the types of teams that were they have to get buy-in. And I know this too, working from eBay, like if you want to get funding and people working on stuff, you need to have buy-in internally in the company. And if there's other priorities on the product teams, like, you know, let's say the best place for server components was in their storefront, and the storefront was busy working on something else, like maybe a whole bunch of legislature came in that made them really have to be worried about privacy or security or something, you know, like, and now the product teams are spending the next 6 months, you know, dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They're not going to focus on server components, which means that there's no vehicle to carry it. Next and Vercel offered the ability to actually continue the evolution of React that they've been envisioning for years. Like, it's hard not to take that up, right? It's just like other places are skeptical. Let's say you can go to Remix or Gatsby, but they're both like, I don't know about this. We already been building our own patterns when you guys were kind of, you know, doing whatever you were doing. And finally they found a buyer essentially who was like, yes, we're very interested in what you're doing, and we're willing to basically give up their existing patterns to embrace what the React team thought was the best approach. So like, it's not an easy place to be. The only challenge is it's almost too good. You know what I mean? Like that alignment. It's almost, yeah. I'm glad that, as I said, they're showing at Remix Conf is a perfect example of, you know, trying to address this in a way, you know, going to the people are and trying to actually, you know, address this. But for the first 6 months of narrative, this was not very, very, you know, friendly position, so to speak, right? Not that anyone is being outwardly aggressive. It's just like, you could just get this atmosphere sense. All right, I'm almost caught up. Yeah, what do we got here? RCs do solve problems. I'm very bearish on getting large adoption. The gains are not worth the rewrite costs needed for most business. They're going to have that mindset. Very see as a niche and almost indefinitely, which means that when the rewrite time comes around, they might look at other technologies. Essentially, is what the writing between the lines is on that one, and it's interesting. This is just about the success arc of any product, right? Like, how much can you change and still be the same thing? I think there's something very React-like in the solution still. I see it. I like it. You know, that excites me. But I mean, this is a challenge any like large player faces. Yeah. It is this, but it's PHP research. Do you guys want me to talk about PHP for a minute? Sorry, this is the thing, like it bugs the React folks more, but it still comes up. It's just like all the people who talk about like Rails or PHP or whatever, like previous server technology, it's like not the same thing and doesn't accomplish the same things ultimately. Like, the thing is, I think we can learn. Like there was a thread or something that came up and people were like, do you expect SolidStart to, you know, get all these features that, you know, these, like, because someone was talking about, like, I think Adonis, which was like a JS framework that has taken care of all the stuff that you, like a lot of very, very similar stuff to like Laravel or whatever. Like it actually cares about the typical backend things. And I'm like, maybe one day, but I mean, I'd love to lean into it. I mean, our only requirement is to be able to run JavaScript on the server. We don't really care beyond that. We needed it mechanically to solve the hydration problem, solve the bundling problem, solve a whole bunch of other stuff. So I would love to see us get there. It's just the reason the front end's in your back end zone is because we actually need to solve a problem that, in my opinion, is actually way more impactful on the end user than, you know, even if you made your site like 5 or 10 times faster on the back end. So there's like a really big need here to address these problems, and that's why you have these JS people coming in. But PHP alone is not even ballpark solving this problem. Even stuff like live view is a different use case. Like, it's just not, like, this is not the same thing. No, yeah, I don't want to talk about ASP.NET web forms ever again. I've kind of like blocked that part of my memory out of like it's gone. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, serverless is. It's the funny thing is, as we get better scaling and all this stuff, like its range goes farther and farther. But at a certain point, like it's just what's become easier than ever right now is idea to startup to mid-sized company. Like that path has just gotten incredibly fast, incredibly, like you have the tools and it's amazing how far you can get until you like get hit and then you actually need to form like a real engineering org around infrastructure and whatnot. But for people who are already there, they're not running out the door to pick up this stuff. I do think there's wins for them. That's why like let's look at this. All this hydration stuff that we're talking about, Qwik, Marco. Side note, I actually loved from this conference was Marco did it first. Came up. It's a great hashtag. Can apply to most things in front end. So do go out and use that. But like when we're talking about these things and like why we're doing the our islands router and SolidStart and all this stuff, these techniques and stuff. Also React server components. These techniques actually originated from larger organizations, like big companies that had real problems, especially in the e-commerce space or whatnot, and are kind of making their way down into the mainstream. So like this does have the ability to help large org. I think the unfortunate part is that mid to large orgs bought in on the like what I call the commercial version of React or whatever, and then they went and they implemented it, and then now they're like sunk costs and there's nothing they can do. This is the Alex Russell comes from. He was like Facebook doesn't use React the way that everyone else does, and they should tell people about it, because he felt that the problem is people believe something and then do something atrocious and then they're stuck. There's probably some amount of truth to that. And I mean, that's why I get so concerned about patterns and stuff, but it goes beyond that, because once you're at a certain scale, all of this stuff is just hopeful thinking. All these patterns are hopeful thinking. You're going to make exceptions. You're going to break out of it. You need a systematic approach so that, all the teams and all the developers can align. And that system probably exists on top of the framework. I don't think the framework can be good enough to be that for everyone. So the company's got to make actually hard engineering decisions, how they build their culture, how they build their patterns. And then at that point, you're still going to have exceptions and stuff to the rules. No one ever actually builds the stuff exactly by the book, because there is always going to be fringes on scaling and stuff. Like this is unavoidable. And I think we just got to be realistic with it and understand that the sweet spot for a lot of these tools might be in that earlier segment. However, it still gives you the good baseline for the later segment, as long as you understand that it's not the end all be all. But that's my opinion. Parasocial. I'm going to open this. I'm going to trust you here, because I think I know exactly which tweet this is. Yeah. Okay, yeah. This is the one that I was looking for. Yeah. Thank you. Let me go back to actually sharing my screen a little bit. The React team is telling Vercel what to do for Caloney, and then this is actually, I think, what most of the community gets wrong. I first heard this impression on Ryan Streams. It's not that Next is the one who's pushing React into new server-side direction. It's Next was the only big framework who agreed to cannibalize their framework. By that I mean that you are using more React features and less Next features, and support all those features of React AI. React has won much more from this collaboration than Next did. I liked this at the time. I don't know why it's not still liked. Twitter is weird these days. Anyways. Yes. This is exactly what happened at Remix Conf. Yeah, that's a good question. Part of it is I haven't, because I hadn't shipped solids server component thing for real, so I haven't really dug into it. I do have one of the biggest differences is the state preservation happens in such a way that it's more like it's not ASP.NET anymore. We're not playing like the serialization, like back and forth piggybacking game. The client has a very important role in this process in that it retains state and it doesn't serialize it back and forth. It actually is a living part of this system. So it's kind of funny. I wonder if it's like a reverse model. Like we have stateless backends, right? And then a lot of the ways people have been solving this like more integrated thing is like things like LiveView, where you have like a stateful backend where you keep a persistent connection. But in a sense, the way this works is you have like a persistent client. So it gets bootstrapped initially with what it needs, but then the persistent client is actually, cutting into stuff. I guess, you know what? Let
this collaboration started like several.
Can you guys hear that?
Years ago, this collaboration started like several years ago.
Someone's got to tell me if you can hear that, because I did change my audio around, and if you can hear that, then we're in this awesome place. Okay.
On the one hand, I get a lot of criticisms of Vercel. On the other hand, it just gets under my skin when people say, "Oh, like Vercel is telling the React team what to do." Well, like actually, the
React team is telling Vercel what to do.
It's more complicated, but the reality is Vercel has invested years into building out our vision. And it like when Sebastian left Meta, if Vercel was not building a server components framework, he would have gone somewhere else that would have been that client that would have been willing to build it.
He can still like work on the thing that he was interested in.
Yeah, because he's building the architecture. Like he knows what he wants to do, and there needs to be a place to prove it out. Yeah, and so that's kind of part of it. Like they've invested years of like full-time engineering time into proving out our direction, and we appreciate that, and we want to extend that to more companies as well.
Beautiful. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And this is why these, like, I don't like the comparison that people make. Sorry, I'm jumping in and out of two conversations here essentially, but yeah, in any case, this is a great one. I should have actually bookmarked this one. I'm going to actually add it to my bookmarks right now for future reference.
This collaboration started like several.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this is kind of the scenario we find ourselves in with, React server components, and just in general, why there's all this spice going. I think I've finally caught up with chat, so I think we're in an okay place to kind of move on from this topic for a minute. And don't worry, there's more here that we will get into in a minute. What was cool though is in the holes. We'll take a moment. We'll get back to Reactathon in a minute, but in the holes, there was actually a few really cool releases and things that went on. I want to talk a bit about block DOM. If you haven't seen this, it's a virtual DOM approach that was pioneered by literally a library called block DOM. Technically, one more, another small library had a very similar approach, and then we've seen it be picked up more recently in Million.js and in Eevee, which is the original fast VDOM library. And the idea is it's a virtual DOM that's built on holes. Like basically, this is a very mechanical thing without JSX, but essentially the idea is that they use the same kind of optimization Solid does to clone the static parts, and then they focus on just updating the holes in the template. So basically, this started showing up in the JS Framework benchmark about 2 years ago. I think they, after the reactive libraries showed how they were much faster than the virtual DOM libraries, they're like, okay, well, what can we do? And what they did was they applied a very similar type of static analysis that we use in Solid, but to a virtual DOM library. I wasn't expecting this to happen necessarily, because if you've ever talked to members of the React core team, they're very big on the fact that that there's no create separate from update. It's all the same process. Well, guess what? You can't optimize this. I've written articles about that. Whereas these guys are like, yeah, okay, well, I don't care. So they separated create from update. and very much kind of like svelte in that kind of mentality, and managed to get a very fast approach to the virtual DOM that's basically indistinguishably fast from reactive libraries. So what's really cool is Aiden actually made a 150 line code snippet demo where, like, if you want to understand how it works, you literally just can look at this. He calls it 100JS as a joke. It's similar to what I did with the Reactivity library. He made a 100-line version of a block DOM, virtual DOM-based library. So this is great to analyze if you want to understand how this stuff works, right? And actually, Aiden went and released an article talking about how this stuff works as well. And I think this is great. This is one of the biggest changes in virtual DOMs since React introduced concurrency. But concurrency is like improvements in one direction. This is the biggest improvements on like raw performance we've seen in virtual DOMs since really Inferno EV time period. It's been 6 or so years. So I think it's very interesting. Right now, its interaction with React involves a lot of wrappers. Aiden said he was actually influenced by the Solid React wrapper a little bit in terms of figuring out how to like make them play together. But if you're looking for that sort of what's the word, like insinuous, or like the way of like getting into React and this like converting it into something more performant in areas, this is one technique of doing it. Yeah. We got Aiden himself in the chat here. Yeah. So yeah, very, very, very cool technology. Another one that I want to point out is Qwik went 1.0 also right around the same time period. So this has been a long time coming for them as well. They were waiting on some features. I don't think they actually delivered on those features. I think they decided like they were looking for out of order streaming and a few other things. I think they decided to just go with it because like they've been stabilizing stuff for a while, and there's been a lot of conversation. This has been one of the challenges. I first got involved with Qwik because us and Astro and everyone were having a hard time marketing and being like, why is this not Next.js? And it's funny, the conversation still continues on today. I'm actually want to pull something up for my benchmarks or my bookmarks that I think is relevant. So yeah, this is the problem. It's hard to weave all the conversations together. This Evan Yu quote from April 20th is actually really relevant to what we were just talking about a moment ago. So before I jump right into Qwik for a second, I want to talk about this for 2 secs. I think the emotional element here is that users sense that from the messaging that the React team no longer trusts the users to make their own architectural decisions. We know it's better for you. You might be right, but that can still piss people off. When Evan hits, he hits. And I don't mean that like an aggressive way. I mean, he's just like, it's like hitting a home run kind of metaphor, but I'm not a sports guy. So yeah, anyway. I want to talk about this because I was actually sitting at the conference in London with Mishko, and I know this is a little bit out of order, but it ties into the Qwik thing. And he's like, man, we got a 1.0 coming out next week. How do we pitch that we're different, right? And I like this. Isn't this what happened to Vue 2, Vue 3? A little bit. Funniest, and maybe a lot of it. If I still got Jess or some other Vue people in the audience, they'll tell you what's up. It's an interesting thing with the Vue 2 to Vue 3 thing is they still have a reactivity. Like a lot of ways the model didn't change, just the way you like write your code changed. But it was so hard that like core libraries were able to change really easily and stuck close to core. But the further you got into the ecosystem, the harder it was to make the changes. And I would have assumed that the old components were compatible with the new components. And when I talk to people, they say that. But there's something about that migration that made things so incredibly hard that I don't understand enough to speak to. But like, again, migrations are never as easy as you expect them to happen. So on one hand, you're right. And they were like, Vue also was like, this is the better way of doing things. So yes, there might be a little bit of calling the kettle black there. I think part of it is that the React has kind of, for the longest time, almost felt like it pointed at others for doing these kind of changes, and now they're the ones. So it's like, it's an interesting tension. We'll get into that in a second. It's actually just the ecosystem that's like, right. But like, the point is like, doesn't matter. That's what I've been trying to figure out, Jess. Like I've heard that this was a very painful thing, but I don't understand. Like, couldn't the ecosystem just stay in the past? Chat's very sorry. Just people trying to make quick jokes. Trying to get one-liners. Yeah. But even if this was that says it's a marketing problem. But even with this marketing problem, like, who cares? Right? Like just stay on the option API and go on with your day. Was there some piece that was incompatible? Like, that's the part that I don't understand, because everyone talks about this pain. And I know when it came to stuff like Nuxt, it was really painful because Vue kind of like, my understanding is that, especially with Nuxt, they hand hold you through everything. So accounting for both scenarios was something they had to care about. But I wondered if other average developers really had to worry about that kind of thing. Let me switch to my computer. Okay, so she's got a lot. Like, maybe I just need to have her on the stream alone just to give like the full like 2 hours about the Vue 2 to Vue 3 migration. It's okay. Don't go out of your way too much right now, Jess. It's fine. I was just curious. But what? So many breaking changes, plenty undocumented. Just went through the migration. Okay, so it did actually affect your existing code. That's the trickiest part. Okay. Okay, well, people saw this question, so we've been collecting one-liners for Qwik here. It looks like. What do we got here? Is Qwik like mini Astro Islands? Kind of. There's more to it than that, but yes, that's an easy way to think about it. It's easier. They automate making smaller islands. It might be a way of doing it, but they do more than that. They actually don't hydrate those islands. They just kind of like resume, which probably makes no sense to anyone. I've written articles on it, but the idea is that the first bit of code that you actually run is actually live code handling your event handler or whatever work you have to do. It's not like this like restart the DOM thing. Qwik, you might not need JavaScript yet. I like that one. I do like that one. What else we got here? Semi-inappropriate. Oh, what else we got? It's like React, but with caffeine and cocaine included. Oh, you guys are just getting worse and worse. This isn't a kids-friendly stream. Right, but what I mean by the explicit interaction is that interaction. That's the code that runs, the interaction that runs. It doesn't like go hydrate something afterwards. It literally just like your code gets rewritten in such a way that it starts from the event handlers and the effects instead of starting from the component tree. So you can picture your with the difference between islands and like Qwik is that the event handlers are essentially the code entry points. So all your code starts from the event handlers. So like you click on something, at that point, that's what runs. So the code goes, oh, update this state. Oh, this state needs to recalculate this derived state. Okay, this derived state needs to update this portion of the DOM. In Qwik's case, maybe make a virtual DOM or update this thing. Like it depends on the situation. So then it goes and does some rendering. But that's like the process through it. And if that rendering requires some other state that's already there from somewhere else, it might not need to recalculate it because it's unrelated to that change and they've already serialized it. That's the whole point. It basically, it inverts the execution model to be like down from event handlers instead of down from components. That's how resumability works. Okay, Jess actually managed to fit this in a single message. So TLDR, Vue 2 to Vue 3, too many ways to migrate, and depending on what started the migration, you had different flavors of Vue, Vue 2.6, Vue composition extension, 2.6 plus single repository. It's easy, and the only components that broke were class components and deep watchers. Right, and class components was a different spec that was never actually officially adopted, but people had already been migrating to it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, some people were saying that, but the reason I don't make this comparison is because it's still very much a JS thing. I mean, HTMX always goes back to the server. You don't need to here. Alpine is more similar, except Alpine actually hydrates a lot of the time. Maybe not completely, like they have holes. But like the output of it is kind of like Alpine. If Alpine were like there's places where Alpine de-optimizes, and I feel like Qwik is optimal in those places. But yes, I guess it's kind of like if you wrote normal declarative code and then you ended up with something kind of like Alpine. Yeah. I mean, nothing actually gets rebuilt during hydration in most frameworks. Like they literally just set up all the state, but the problem is like you have a component that creates state that closes over event handler. So you have this thing where you can't get to the event handler until you create the component and then link things up with Qwik, because they hoist the event handlers out. Like you can literally just start from the event handler down and not have to run the component tree. Yeah, I figured you could give a whole talk on that. Okay, so like, honestly, some of the suggestions here in chat aren't that different than the kind of stuff here. Just JavaScript you need just when you need it. See, just in time JavaScript. The world's first constant at scale framework. The funny thing about the just in time JavaScript thing is like, at a certain point, you're just like, wait, that's not typically actually a good thing. And so this has been one of the challenges they have, because they actually tend to preload everything anyways, like everyone else. So there's this challenge. The challenge they've been having, though, is that a lot of members of the React team keep on saying, it's way too technical, wouldn't know the value, are saying like server components do the same thing. And that's not even remotely true. To be fair, like, server components do a good thing, but what Qwik does is actually distinctly different, especially with the way that they have to handle the way they break up the code for serialization, is very different than that. I'd say server components are more like islands, and Qwik is a little bit something else. Then there's this whole 0 to 1 thing. Anyways, this you can understand how I got early involved in this, because it's really hard to figure out how to actually market a new JavaScript framework. Lazy loading its best. Stream JavaScript like a video. Ship fast. It's quick. But this conversation actually led into some more discussions that were actually not quite as civil. And I don't know, I can't quite get the link in, but it led into a conversation where people are saying like React and Qwik are the same, aren't the same. And this was got like a little bit on the heated side of things, because where was I going on? Bookmarks. Sorry, all my stuff is really out of order. See, like I was supposed to already talk about this, right, with Rossopedia. I'm having a really weird reaction to this next stuff. It's like it's like the same kind of reaction I get when I think about being raised in a cult. It's a dev framework. I shouldn't be having strong reaction. Anyways. Okay. Which gets me back to the beginning of the stream. The problem is, and you could see the dates, the same time period. Dan's had to write this response like a billion times at this point. And I've seen this response about other things too. Let's be fair. If we thought Qwik model, let's replace signals here. If we thought signals was better, we would have literally implemented it. We don't think that it's better. When you combine compiler, which does stuff, and the fact that our interaction, like, anyway, okay, fine. This is not quite the same, but my point is like, this is the defense of this position. Like, we've thought about it, and one misconception I've noticed is people assume React doesn't go with the sum approach because we're bound by past limitation. But look at hooks and RCs. When we see something clearly better, we don't shy away. We don't think Qwik's approach is clearly better. We're not excited. We're not excited. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. For some reason, this last phrase was more triggering to me than anything. And right, Twitter makes everyone angry, right? That's the gist of it, right? I think I was going to quote tweet this one. I'm pretty sure that oh wow, this is gold. This is true ADM. We would have made React the fastest framework around, but we would have had compromise and backwards badly. I know I tried this, plus the way React has historically been written means. For anyone who knows, this is the creator of Inferno, Dominic. I don't know if he wanted his private messages aired on the internet, but they're here now. Hooks are only proves this, but it's too late. They're not trying to win a performance. They know they can't win it. In order to make React faster in the hood, they have to break up billions of apps. Yeah, because they tried to bring some of the stuff in, right? But this is people saying like, look, this isn't necessarily, Misco. This reminds me of the fox and the grapes fable. Is anyone familiar with this? Mine actually here starts with Dan Jutan because he wrote almost what I was going to write. It's okay. We know you're not excited about blank, 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 blank. This is the thing. There's so much exciting stuff around, and I want to dig a little bit deeper on this because, like, there is this kind of feeling out there, and this is what I was talking about again about worrying about positioning things in such a way that the dismissiveness. It's fine. Like, I get that there's different priorities. You don't care about it, but this for some reason rubbed me in all the wrong ways, and I kind of want to go back to the root of this because in Mishko's response, which actually, let's go to Mishko's quote tweet in response where he talks about the fox and the grapes, is I demoed the proof of concept of Qwik to Dan. He dismissed it then as not feasible. Now that it's actually a product, he's dismissing it as not worthwhile. And the thing is, I remember when that demo happened because because this. And this is the difficult. This will paint the full picture here. This is the difficult situation you kind of probably are going to be when you're like in this whole place, right? Where you're like the incumbent and you've got people who are basically looking on every word. So what Dan wrote, and this is the conversation which convinced, where Mishko reached out and was like, here, check out Qwik. He did the demo because of this. January 27th, 2022. It's good for a library maintainer to stay in touch with what people are saying. Personally, I found disconnecting from the professional front-end Twitter is a rejuvenating experience. I wouldn't want to go back there, at least not for as long as I work in the space. React has been around for 8 years now, exceedingly popular for 5. That's a lot of a field without a single vendor that's still changing and exploratory. I can see how it can get tiring. It's a bit incumbent, so it's fair to target for punching up. It's kind of like Java, sure. The thing for me is that that is the most demoralizing framing ever. I am personally excited by new things. I see React as new, something ahead we are working towards, not something I bought into and now feel stuck in. Working on Java is impactful, but this kills the vibe for me. I wish all people who aren't excited to use React could use something else. See, this is a very honest take, and I appreciate this. I know it's not realistic because market legacy, etc., but it's really the feel force to use it that kind of creates a sentiment that makes me feel sad, and I want to opt out of these conversations. Ultimately, it has been a while, and it makes sense for something new to become popular and replace it a market leader. My main problem is I'm not excited, again, by anything that's on the table today. I hope someone is doing something very different that I haven't seen yet. So, I mean, that's fair, right? But this is what triggered the whole conversation a year ago when Mishko went and demoed Qwik. And I don't know. It's a tricky balance. I just this to give a bit more context on the whole kind of conversation around this stuff is that a lot of work goes into a lot of different directions by a lot of different people, and it's an interesting place to be in to get pulled all the ways for the developers trying to make those decisions. It's also an interesting place to be as people building those tools. That's what I said. So this one's a little full circle for me because quick, show your bio, right? Right. Yeah, I am excited. I'm hoping Dan gets excited too. I know he does. You can tell. I'm just hoping that we can get to a place where we can all be excited again. So that's sort of perspective on this kind of part of the conversation. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. Okay. Yeah, we're still okay. Yeah, we still got tons to go. Let's keep on going. let's keep on going. All right. Dan just ran out of characters. But yeah, I mean, there's been some cool stuff sneaking in the releases. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to drink some water. Maybe we take a quick break. Not break. I'm not going to leave the computer. I'm going to keep on going. I mean, there's a couple other topics that are, a little bit lighter weight that I can talk for 2 seconds. One of these is, I'm going to use this opportunity to catch up on some Solid news just really quickly. First of all, the new React query dev tools are actually written in Solid. So like the one, if it doesn't matter if you use Felt query, React query, View query, or whatnot, they've been rewritten in Solid. I was working with Arian, about on this stuff, and we realized that when we applied some more fine-grained changes, which I think we talked about in the previous stream, actually maybe it's right here. Yeah, these fine-grained changes, they were able to triple the number of live queries they could have open in the dev tools by using the Solid version over the React version. So that's very cool, and I'm looking forward to more of that kind of stuff going. Honestly, this last couple of weeks I've been traveling, but it's awesome to see people get involved in the community and asking to figure out libraries. Like, there's too many things going on. Obviously, I figured if we announce this, but obviously SolidJS now is on Blue Sky, as well as Post.news, which another Twitter alternative, was written all in SolidStart. Probably the biggest production SolidStart site. So getting there. Other Solid news, we've got some more people working working on the docs effort at Solid, which is very cool. Yeah, there we go. Sponsorships, just cool little things. Haven't talked a lot about Netlify, even though I work there, but they've been using Solid to build some stuff in their marketing site, which is cool. Little demos. Just starting to see stuff getting integrated in a more useful way. Yeah, just really cool to see. Sarah joining us on docs. Modular Forms now works in Solid, Qwik, and Preact, and it's been having quite a run. Honestly, I've been so stoked. Like NativeScript here now, you can make native apps in Solid. Like there's just been so many library things. I don't need to keep on top of them. I was like traveling and like trying to, like, how about traditional backend, Hono, Inertia, and Solid working together? So now I guess you can use it with your PHP. I think Inertia, I guess this is Hono.js, but I don't know what Hono.js is. What is Hono.js? Ultra-fast web framework for edges. Fast, but not only fast. But Inertia lets you basically take like any kind of classic server backend, and then like, it's kind of like Astro-ish, but with a non-JavaScript backend. I think they're working to getting the JavaScript running on the backend as well to kind of fill in the thing. But yeah, so I don't know. F1 simulator. I can't keep on top of all these things anymore. I used to cover this stuff in streams. Here's another lovely one. You can count an or JDev create JD app. Theo goes and releases upload thing, and like 2 days later, he's got the SolidStart version working. So, I mean, props to him. Like, this is like, basically he makes sure that anyone who likes Next.js features, man, this is my job, seriously. So yeah. Basically, anyone in the Solid community doesn't feel wanting for anything in Next thanks to the amazing work of OrJDev. Yeah, okay. That's honestly, there's the JavaScript Jabber. I just wanted to really quickly, React admin now available in Solid. So if that's a thing for you, Solid works really good in data visual and admin tools. So this is a huge thing, kind of like AG Grid. So I'm very happy to see these ports happening. Honestly, yeah, we'll get to the rest of this stuff later, but yeah, modular forms. I'd love to see this. I love seeing this happening in the ecosystem, like stuff like picking up, not just like the core library. Oh, SST, like too many things for me to cover. So let's just get back on track. I just wanted to do some solid news and highlight a few really cool things. So okay, let's get back around. Oh, I wanted to integrate with Nitro. I think Nitro is interesting. I also think Astro is interesting. So we need to figure out how to, where we want to sit on the balance of all these things. Anyways, let's continue on with things, because we talked Reactathon. Honestly, great peeps. Man, this is a game changer, eh? Like, if you want to talk about signals for a second, like, just pick, like, Angular has one of the best learning communities out there to just have so much content and stuff, and to see stuff like this is just like, I'm not the CEO of Signals today, so I don't know. I'm just excited, but you're proud of your company is doing so well. Yeah. This is really cool to see. To see that reactivity is getting so omnipresent in the way people think about front ends, and Signals specifically. This was a great moment. Not to spoil the love in this picture, but I in fact did give Mishko the Solid shirt. It so happened that I had the Qwik shirt from Steve, not Mishko. Steve, the CEO, actually gave me the shirt, and because I had his shirt. So he's like, oh, here, have a Qwik shirt. He's like, oh, wait, these are the 1.0 limited edition shirts. Like not everyone in the team even has these. And he's like, whatever, you can have one. And then when I went to go get Mishko's shirt, he's like, oh, wait, I've got a Qwik shirt or a builder shirt for you here. I'm like, it's okay, it's fine. Steve already gave me one. And then Mishko, I pulled it out because Mishko was like, I showed him, and he's like, what? I don't even have that shirt. And the guy across from us on the table, Zach, he's like, this is a great photo op. So that's how this happened. Anyway. So, yeah, in any case, it was a cool moment. This is at the, you can see it's in the 816Z building. This is from the hackathon. This is a very cool idea, where I'm interested to see if we're going to have more of these sort of hackathon things in the future. This one was a closed event, to be fair, but I wonder if there's a way to kind of like open it up almost like workshop style, where you can have like, because there's a lot of really cool stuff that I saw and demoed and talked to people while I was there. This might have been actually the most interesting thing. It's where I first saw the Cloudflare demo and a few other things I'll talk about in a minute. Okay. I don't want to go there yet. Okay, cool. All right. So where am I going next? Let's talk signals for a moment. Yeah, let's talk signals. And we're gonna listen to the React team talking about signals, because I was talking about Angular and how a lot of people are adopting signals. It came up during Remix Conf, so we're gonna slide over to another clip here.
Signals. When are signals coming? Is this a troll or is this a real question? Oh, okay, it's a real question. All right. I just gotta check.
All right. Yeah, we want to do signals. We can do signals. Yeah. So I think that signals. There's probably two things that people are kind of wondering about when they ask about signals, and that's probably developer experience and performance. The developer experience piece is I don't want to have to declare dependencies, right? I don't want to have to think about just kind of like stale closures and things like that. The performance piece is that signals are kind of designed to do the minimal amount of work. When you change some state, you can kind of do the minimal amount of work. And I think that signals are one way to attack both of those problems.
I think it's interesting, because I wouldn't say that it's the DX thing is just erasing the dependency arrays. I mean, that's one of the DX benefits, but the biggest DX benefit is actually it gets rid of the need for like, how should I put it? language around performance optimization. Like the language for the most part of signals is state, derive state, effects. There's no use callback, use ref, react.memo, whatever use event is or whatever that they're working on. Like basically it removes a lot of the language of the framework that is necessary to describe like how to cache things. I guess you could argue that create memo or use memo, like derived values, is the exception. But like for the most part, like that's optional, obviously, which is the same argument I suppose as with React. But that like you are talking about stuff in the terms of the data graph and the intention of the data, and not about like compensating for how things re-render. Like that's not part of the language. So to me, that's the bigger DX thing than the dependency raise. Anyways, let's continue on.
Yeah.
Right? But they have their own trade-offs. And so what we've seen with the bewildering number of libraries that have adopted signals, I think it's everyone but us. Did I get that right? Yeah. Is that they make some really, there's some real developer experience trade-offs there, and it just becomes a different way of thinking about your code. And so Solid is a great library, and I think it's also like a very emblematic of this like kind of signals-based approach. But if you're used to working with React, it is a bit different, and so your components run once. So if you early return from a function, that's it. None of the other code will ever run again. So that is a very different way of working than React, and we think that the React style is a bit easier to reason about. And so, so what we're doing is kind of looking at those two problems and saying, okay, how can we hear you about the developer experience pain points of declaring dependency arrays. And so we have a bunch of ideas planned for like improvements to hooks, some new hooks coming that will kind of alleviate that. Also looking at compilation to automatically fill in the dependency arrays. On the performance side, we're working on Forget, which is a compiler that will kind of automatically.
Yeah, I'm going to take a moment on this one. Yeah, I don't understand why this confusing switch. I mean, it is if your frame of reference of the world is like immediate mode. Like and it's so funny. It's crazy to me because I don't think that's the natural place you start on the DOM. I think like when you first create the DOM, like once you understand what the DOM is or HTML is, like once you go and create stuff, you understand it's there and then you update it, that it's like immutable by its nature. You don't think that you like have something that you like recreate all the elements. Like your goal isn't to be like, oh, now I'm updating some text from an input. I'm not going to like recreate the whole DOM again. Like that's not the natural way of the web, but it is the natural way of React. And I think for someone who's say like a Vue developer, for example, not to pick on anyone here, like we're used to that thinking. You go between Vue and Solid and you're just like, it's like the same thing, right? But like coming from React, it's like very different because they've managed to shield you via abstraction from the fact that the DOM itself is a retained mode setup. Like you actually have things that are persisted. Hooks was the first indicator from React that things needed to persist between rendering. It was where the compromise kind of came in, and why it's almost like something they see they need to fix, where it was sort of an acknowledgement of like reality, being different from the ideal. And I think that's why it is a big change, because if you come in here with a very React mindset, you just kind of assume that like everything just reruns over and over again. Like it might do it a couple extra times, but like who cares? In the end, it's settled. The problem is once you actually have to, I think where a lot of people come in, and maybe people with more some levels of experience in terms of trying to debug performance and stuff, it's like very painful mentality when you're trying to like figure out like why things are slow. So like, I guess there's that DX element as well to consider, which ties into the UX, but it's, I mean, I hear this over and over again, whereas like picking up Solid's like taking the bicycle and flipping the handlebars backwards, which is very odd to me, but I can definitely relate, because in a sense, that's how I felt when React showed up. And I think a lot of people did. That's why React got friction, because people are like this whole re-render all the time thing seems crazy. And they showed it was definitely doable. So Yeah, I mean, what can I say? But yeah, yeah.
Automatically memoize and achieve kind of what we hope, making sure that your app is kind of re-rendering the minimal amount possible as you change state. So kind of two different approaches to tackling those two different problems, but while still retaining the same familiar, React programming model that you're used to.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. That it feels like signals are. It's just a different model, right?
Yeah.
It's like when I played with Solid, it totally messed with my mind coming from it because I've used React for years, and I guess I just expected it to work like React,
Right.
and it wasn't until after I started using it I realized, oh, there's no virtual DOM here.
Right.
Completely different model, right?
Right.
Oh, there's no this is not like set state at all. This is like a broadcast into that little node there, telling it, hey, something changed.
Yeah.
Go and update. So
I would maybe like slightly. I think like there's.
Yeah, Michael's a perfect example because he had the day one experience with most people. He came in, tried Solid, and was like, "Wow, this is amazing! Everything just works." And then he realized where the differences were. And that's always the test. If you're a React developer, you might just not like this innately. There's something about React's model that appeals to you, and I think that's a good thing that there's differences. My biggest concern was historically React was trying to say like you're doing it wrong, and it became almost dogmatic to the point that like. When we had the signals conversation, a few weeks back or back in March or whatever, it was like Dan was comparing our model to like Ghost 2 statements in BASIC, and at which point I just had to disengage because I was just like that error of like we know better to that degree. You're open to having your opinions, but it's like it felt very down talking, so to speak. So like it's fine. I mean, we just have the standoff where it's like they talk about some future that they might achieve someday, and I just go open up your browser. Just reading some comments here. Is it normal or not to add a feature to your library because create engine independence middle? Yeah, I think this is important. See, I like that React keeps us clean. Someone asked me today if I thought that React would ever adopt signals, and I'm like, not in a way that it's going to be out in the open if they ever did. I think there's mechanical bits about being event driven instead of top down that helps structurally, and actually most frameworks aren't actually leveraging that as well as they could be. Sure, you can independently like pass updates through your system, but like there's actually structural pieces that help from that independence that a memoized system will just have to force. Like even when you have stuff like Svelte or whatever, you have the same problem. Like if you can do smarter things through memoization, but you're still running more code than you actually need to run. So like there's a potential future where React does adopt something like this under the hood perhaps, but maybe not. They don't necessarily need to. Like if performance isn't their absolute goal here, which I don't think it is, then maybe it's fine. And like, I think it's good to be restrictive. I'm one of the biggest defenders of the dependency arrays in React. I actually think it makes a lot of sense when you have something that runs top down like that. When the mental model isn't based on like this kind of auto tracking system, and you have to be aware of the scope outside and inside the scope, then being explicit about those boundaries is valuable. It's the same reason Qwik has its $sign. React has its dependency arrays. Erasing that is actually scarier to me. But that's another topic, and maybe we can look at that. Yeah, so this is an interesting thing. Solid is not hard if you've done things other than React. If React is all you known, you see why it can be confusing. And then that makes sense. I can emphasize with people who only know one world, both imperative and reactive programs are comfortable. Yeah. And I think they're becoming more comfortable with more people these days. Right. There's always a way of doing the other thing, right? You can be explicit about dependencies in Solid using on. You can use untracked to be like explicit the other way, right? So there's always a mechanism to be explicit. I think there's value in explicitness. In our render model, like I actually debated being explicit about all this stuff at the beginning, but then in our render model, I couldn't do it because literally our expressions are those. So like you're not going to put your dependency arrays in your JSX. So I was like, that's pretty much a lost cause. We have to be more strict instead about how data flows through our apps. So there was other concessions made. there's foot guns. Basically, people talk about like if you make a React effect without dependency arrays and it causes an infinite loop. The equivalent in reactive library is making an effect that reads the same signal that it writes to. Right. Rethinking, reigniting best practices. Yeah, I mean, this. I like that there's this like age-old back and forth here. I think what's most interesting from my perspective as a bit of like perhaps a pragmatist is that at a certain point, the ideal and the practical have to meet. So we can't stay as idealistic as we want, and we have to make compromises. And I think that's the real place where we meet. I don't live for the ideal, I live for the practical. I think the ideal guides us, but what we deliver is the practical. So that's why this is even a discussion, because for ages, for like at the beginning when I heard, the whole React rhetoric, I was like, yeah, I can't argue with that ideal much. It made sense to me, But then when you get to the actual implementation, you can go like, oh, I can definitely argue with that. Right. And it's opt-in, opt-out. Like there's this duality that plays out. But let's hear what Dan has to say.
Like virtual DOM is not like the important part from like it's. I hate the term because like everybody means something different by it. But it's that is an implementation detail of like how exactly you work with the code. The thing that signals changes is more than implementation detail. It changes, like you can't write a bunch of code that it's just like, I think early returns is a good example. Just like in React, when you write if is logged in, return dashboard, else return something else. Then like if the result of the render would be the same regardless of if it renders for the first time or like for the 10th time. So it doesn't matter how many times it runs, it's just whatever the props are, you look at the condition, you look at the return, you see what the UI should be. So it kind of, like React kind of removes time from the equation.
Yeah, I mean, until React hooks, right?
With Signals it's a bit different because your component is kind of like a constructor, and so it really, like if you have top level conditions, like if is logged in, return dashboard, it kind of means like that just runs the first time, and from that point on, like you have to use like different patterns to regain the same kind of dynamic thing, and so we just don't like this very much, and we do like the targeted, the fact that it can, by default it doesn't over render, like it's very granular, but then there is a price for that, which is, we can't be as expressive, and we'd like to remain expressive, so the way we would like to do this is more like on the compilation side, and then for things, like there are cases where...
Yeah, the expressive argument is interesting, because I wonder how to like place that, because like this actually ties back to that conversation I had with Dan on the end of one of my articles, where he was showing this like situation where he had like a let variable that he had conditionals writing different values to the let variable inside the component body, and he was like, how would you do this? Now you add another condition, or you add another piece of state you need to set, and then like this. And I was like, why don't you just like this is a mess of code. Why don't you just unwind it and write it in a declarative manner where everything equals a variable? And then suddenly, like once you kind of reformat it that way, the code is much clearer, and it's actually the same code you would write with React hooks. And it's also more optimal. So in a sense, they are guarding your ability to write. My hunch is really messy code, which is an interesting position, but I mean, it means that like anything you write could work. So from that perspective, there's something attractive about it, because then like you're not saying like, you need to follow a pattern, you need to, set a bunch of rules up. But again, I think this is important because it's like reflective of the mentality, right? One system is about setting up a bunch of rules, essentially. It's completely declarative. Like even your data is declarative. Your JSX is declarative. Your reactive relationships are declarative. Every piece of it is declarative. You set the rules, you set it once, and you forget it. Whereas I guess what he's saying is the React approach is kind of taking a more imperative approach where you can kind of just like rerun it and just like kind of mess with stuff as you want in the flow. And this lets it be more expressive because you're not forced into these kind of declarative patterns. Right. Yeah, different and the same. And sounds like an excuse to be able to have more the ones that change. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting question, right? Like, because I feel like most of the, if you replace signals in most of the arguments, you could go back to when they went to classes to hooks and actually apply the same arguments there. So this is all a scale, I think, is a really good way to look at it. If you have a bunch of hooks and you can't really return, it's like half, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it is interesting. It's fine, as I said, like, I think it's okay to take this perspective. It was interesting to me because like the example of the early returns, he's right. You almost have to pull the early return into, in that case, you have to wrap the whole expression or make it part of the templating, and return the thing that has the conditional rather than have the conditional in the logic. So I think it was the difference between control flow versus data flow. And like there are different languages and theoretical places where like people prefer both patterns if you look at it. So like again, this is part of that duality that I was talking about, like where like there's two clear patterns that have been kind of dueling each other since the beginning of time. Let's continue.
Where you want some kind of, maybe we miss some primitives for kind of deep like updates between like different parts of the tree that like don't pass through.
People
like
do that with context now. Right?
Yeah, and like sometimes if you don't kind of unwrap it, like if you don't care about what the value is in the middle, we could maybe provide better primitives for that, but we would like to explore that after we solve like the main cases with the compiler, because you never know like how important it is until you've exhausted like what we think is the primary approach to this problem. Okay.
Which is an interesting one because I like that this is a primary approach to the problem and that they're approaching it very practically from this standpoint, but this problem has existed since the beginning of React. I don't know if people were there like at the beginning remember this. Most libraries had a solution for state before React. Like they had like patterns and stuff, and React came in and were like, yeah, we don't have an opinion about state initially. Don't get me wrong, stuff like Flux and Redux and stuff came very quickly after, once they realized they just left people to do whatever like bad things happened. But it was never actually React endorsed, and over time we actually saw the ecosystem grow around the state management. But like since the beginning, there's been this clear gap of the fact, like it's a reason why like Tanner was making those tweets where he's like, the best way to like manage state in React is not use React for state. And we see this again with things like React 3 and you know all the stuff the Commanders guys do. Like React's really good at doing its render view thing, but its state management is kind of just localized. And yeah, you can use context, but context, like Redux used context in version 6 and had to revert in version 7 because the performance was atrocious. Like essentially, like it's not built for that. And this problem that needs to be solved is not a new problem. It's existed for 10 years. So like the interesting thing is I actually, while this is a new basis for state that I think will give them a lot more power and control, I think this actually doesn't solve the 10-year-old problem, interestingly enough. I'm just reading some chat. How are we doing? First, we had declare hooks, early returns. Yeah, you have to, like, there's a hook order thing. Yeah, I'm aware about that. Set a function in React conditional hooks. Oh, here's the thing. Like, people also go on React's case for about conditional hooks. Like, in Reactors are hard. In solid conditional hooks are hard. Yeah, this is kind of the point, right? Like, I when people were giving React flack about not being able to do hooks and if statements, I was kind of like, when are you actually doing this? Like, when does this actually make sense, right? I think you can view the dependency arrays a bit as conditional. Like, I don't think you lose anything over that part of the hook rules. Like, I can picture scenarios where I might want to, but in any case where I'd want those things to be dynamic and solid, I'd have to wrap them again, and then there'd be a fixed hook. We can nest hooks in solid, which actually alleviates a lot of this tension. But if you actually want it to be dynamic, the top level is going to be a fixed point the same way it is in React. So like, I never viewed the hook rules on that side being problematic. I viewed the stale closures being awkward. I viewed the inability to nest perhaps being awkward, but never the like how they were fixed. Like, that part is not actually terribly problematic. Many people use React ineffectively, like overrate the components, use massive amount of complex computation and cloning the same data. So it gives a box term for effect. Yeah, exactly. Like, it kind of leads you to not doing this by default. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, there's so many analogs between the different approaches and stuff. So yeah, yeah, let's let Dan continue for a moment.
That's something I really appreciate about the approach of the team when I joined, is just seeing how we could just like add signals. It wouldn't be it'd be fairly trivial to add it.
True.
But digging deep as a value to figure out like what is the problem that it's solving, what is the best way to solve that problem, what trade-offs are there for other things that we could be doing.
Well, and it's okay to have opinions too, right? And to be like, we don't need to adopt every,
But it's also not new, right? I think like there is a big push for it, but it's been around since like 2013. Like first state libraries for React, many were signals based.
I feel like
Yeah, he actually pointed out that many were signals based. They kind of are still signals based. Like, not exactly. Like, I understand like Jutan isn't exactly, and recoil, because they actually trigger React's own state mechanism under the hood, but they still rely on these kind of like external atomic state things. Anyways, let's continue.
And you might disagree, but I feel like computed properties in Ember are kind of very similar to signals.
True.
I had a bad experience working with computed properties.
Yeah, I think maybe like philosophically where we land is that that signals as an implementation detail is fine, right? So for example, if a compiler could detect that a prop you're passing from way up top is only used way down in some leaf component, and we can just transparently turn that into a signal and get the same benefits, that's fine. What we don't, where we kind of disagree, is that signals shouldn't be a kind of first class part of the programming model that you kind of have to actually think about. Like, oh, I have a signal, and Solid kind of tries to hide it, but it's not fully hidden, and you see that with the early return. And so I think for us, starting with compilation and then maybe having signals as an implementation detail down the road is like more where we're going.
Yeah, can you have your cake and eat it too?
Yeah.
Yes.
You mentioned briefly.
There he brings up the potential of using signals under the hood. Joe also worked on Relay, and I think I forget. I guess I didn't bookmark it. Devin Gavitt said something about using framer motion and talking about how they basically use signals to trigger animations in React. And I said, like, look, like, but he's like, I miss React's nice API there. But I mean, the truth of the matter is, like, this sort of decoupling is kind of necessary. Compiler can really only solve this by hoisting it outside of the tree. Hooks suggest this is the solution, right? Again, keeping state outside of the re-renders. But like, it would be interesting. A compiler like that would have to know how communication works across components and across files. You need a cross file analysis similar to Marco to actually have a compiler to be able to accomplish that. Unless React's heading down that path, this is just going to be a gap. Yeah, what do we got here, chat? Yeah, I'm not sure what they lose at the end. Well, it makes things more ambiguous. It's something you have two patterns. Like, I did a whole stream about how I found the signal approach in Preact confusing. Like, I was trying to write benchmarks, and I had to concept, like, I had to measure it to tell which way was faster, because like it was not a clear win, and overall, I managed to get the average because the way the benchmark was working. Like I took a certain choice of decision. I know performance isn't the only marker, but it becomes tricky when if you take something like Preact's version where you have to pass the signals all the way down to the VDOM, you suddenly have to have APIs that are signal aware. I think Qwik did something much smarter there, much more similar to Solid, where they just said like, look, we're going to wrap whatever you pass down access to the value. You do it that way because when you pass a signal now you're checking, is it signal, and you get in this zone now where like some libraries support signals and some don't. And I think that's kind of the challenge, because then suddenly like it kind of like might de-opt in certain places or rerun things unexpectedly. It throws almost like a live grenade in. And actually we'll look and see if we can find it. But Dan Abramov actually made a tweet about like how like basically warning people using signals in React could cause like unexpected things. And he had like a whole thread about this. I think there's a GitHub issue. So like there is considerations of why you wouldn't want to do this. But you're right. They said it. I think this is a good point, because they said it wasn't just a performance optimization at the beginning, but then they basically at the end said that like performance, is the kind of tie around. Isn't the main argument? It's a form of that. It's not just early returns. It's the fact that like you can't just like write some arbitrary JavaScript. Like early returns is the most obvious application of that. Another one is like have let variables in the component body, where you do a bunch of like conditional stuff and like sometimes set the values and sometimes set stuff. Funny enough, when Dominic Ganaway made his like compiler that basically compiled React forget like syntax down to signals in his short-lived framework Octane, which is pretty brilliant. He actually made a rule. He's like, you can't put let in the component bodies, because if you get rid of let in the component bodies and say every variable has to be a const, like it can't be reassigned, the analysis is quite doable. If you know what a component is, then you can analyze most things and basically make a React like compiler, like a React forget like compiler, and compile it to signals. I mean, he put that together in a couple weeks. I've made a joke that if React ever releases React forget, that someone will have like solid forget out within a week, just because of like how easy it is to adopt the existing primitives to fit the pattern. It's just going to take a certain type of analysis. Now, I think they're doing further with forget, so that actually isn't the true. I think they're even looking at TypeScript types and things, and they're doing like tons and tons of micro optimizations. But the core of like the high level, like write the expression, turn it into signals, is not, some smart people could probably figure out how to do that over a couple weeks with reactive primitives, if they put a couple constraints in. Like, but I think the React team is actually saying like, no, we don't want those constraints. Funnily enough, they still have to worry about the body of the component, because if you pull something out of the component, I don't think they're doing cross-file analysis. So you have to be very omnipresent of the fact that there's rules inside of the components and outside the components, very similar to like Svelte. So I'm interested to see how it lands. This is all speculation, but like, do they get into cross-file component stuff? Do they use the type system to inform stuff? Like, there's interesting options here that I want to see where they go. So it is interesting. Yeah, yes. It's very clear that performance not meant to return. In their mind, it's been good enough the whole time, and they prefer to. Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I think the compiler could help with certain regions of performance optimization. Like if you expect React to release forget and then put in the JS framework benchmark and it to score top scores, you'll probably be very disappointed. But if you expect it to actually handle a lot of tricky cases in your app that you have to manually performance optimize right now, I think it can do that. No, my understanding is Forgetty is a complete memoizing compiler, not really leveraging reactivity at all. Angular compilation in React, here we come. I mean, you guys have a lot of experience with Ivy and the work that goes into creating a great compiler. I have a decent amount of experience working on the Marco team. it's definitely an interesting zone, and especially on this one because the Marco's approach. Marco was a VDOM with version 5, tried to break it up in a way and kind of landed in a place that was sort of their first version before I joined on the team was very not Signals like. Then Michael kind of pushed us more towards Signals. I joined the team. We looked at that and kind of a more runtime approach. And then Michael took some time off. He came back, and that's when the resumability thing clicked for him. And we moved to compile time reactivity generally. And the thing is, once you get into that zone with even if it's fine grained, if you go into compile time reactivity, except it's kind of like Svelte, but it worked cross files. In a lot of ways, it's like the most optimized memoizing compiler. Like it's not reactivity anymore in the classic sense. Funny thing is, over time they actually, because of edge cases, started adding more runtime mechanisms and queuing in anyways. Like that's where we ended up. But like for a brief moment in time, it was completely just code organization, like code ordering to make it work. And what was funny was that was when the most insights came in from our perspective, because even though it technically broke along the reactive graph and didn't really use signals, so to speak, so you could kind of argue it was top down. We had a very hard time talking about it top down. When we tried to explain to people how the code executed, we realized that we had to just talk about dependencies, like that. Like we talked about it like it was reactive anyways, even though we'd kind of gotten away from signals. What was cool is, in the end, we kind of got back there again. This is like the ebb and flow, but there is this convergence when you talk about reactive language. I mean, I almost think it comes back down to that Mishko drawing I drew earlier about the circle and the bucket. I think the whole question on Signals and React side is whether you ever have to be aware of the bucket. So that's an interesting debate. And I think if your stuff lives beyond components, unless you have perfect omniscience across all files, or like your language is built for that, you need to know about the bucket. Because otherwise, like the scope of your reactivity will be limited to the scope of your compiler, like it is in Svelte. Okay, let's see if there's anything more on this.
React forget.
Yes.
Now that is something that I don't know if a lot of people in here have actually heard about. React forget.
Okay, they're done with the signal question. That's fine. I want to grab one more quick segment from this talk because I thought it was interesting having the core team talk about this stuff. What I was referring to is this bucket diagram, right? Like the question between these two is like, can you actually express everything you need without the bucket? I'm not sure, because if you have component boundaries, you're moving between places. There is definitely a bucket. Okay, let's grab this because they actually are talking about forget and debugging.
Chance, is that you? What's up, dude? Wait for the mic. Shrudi's on her way.
Coming.
Shrudi's here as well.
There he is.
Go Shrudi.
Yeah, back to React Forget for a second. I'm really interested in that project, and one thing I'm wondering is if you've started to explore debugging in that sort of environment. The one thing I sort of worry about is when you start hiding things behind a compiler, they get obscured to the point where when something doesn't work as expected, it's hard to figure out why.
Yep.
Dan, you had mentioned community involvement in tooling in terms of observability for server components, but with something like the compiler with React Forget, it seems like it might be more of an internal meta or React team concern. So I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's a great question. So yeah, how are we thinking about debugging for Forget? It's been something we've thought about very much from the beginning, and we see kind of a few stages to Forget. The first being kind of just getting the first version out there, where the actual output of the compiler is kind of designed to be more debuggable. So for example, once you kind of have like an idea of what Forget is doing, console.log does something very sensible and predictable. And so if your console log is running, it means that value that you're logging is being reevaluated if it's not running. So there's a predictable semantic that you can begin to understand. And
I think that's interesting that he mentioned this, because I not to divert too far, I'm just going to open something from my drive. This is about the console log thing. I I don't know if I'm going to keep this in my talks all the way through, but this is something I want to show an example. And I was corrected by someone in the React team that said, since this returns numbers, they don't need to memorize anything. So they're like smart enough to know this. But I forget if I gave this example on stream before, but I just want to think about this. Pretend this is your React component and you put a console log in each of these functions. Basically, this is like, pretend you're at a restaurant, you get the items, and then you calculate the tax based on some federal tax and then get on some state tax. So then you show the total, which is the subtotal plus the federal tax plus the state tax, right? And picture now the state tax changes. You like somewhere up higher in the UI, you change the state for some reason. It was someone had put in a different state, and then you change the actual state. Like, what reruns in this component if you pretend that you have this auto memoization happening, right? And how do you explain it? Because like you could think that, like, this is what I mean about the console log thing. I was talking about this async components earlier in the stream where I said, like, picture if you went await, and then console log, and then the console log ran immediately, after those run, even before the awaits finish loading data. It's kind of unnerving. Similarly, would it be weird if only one console log logged in this example would calculate tax? Because only the state tax changed. So they were smart enough to look at the function arguments here and memorize them and then be like, okay, actually, when state tax changes, we don't actually run this function, and we only run this one. And it's because we know that this one changed, and then we, recreate our VDOM and send it back. Like, that's the optimization you expect. And this one, it's not too hard. But I mean, at a certain point, you could picture these functions, instead of being inline functions, were actually expressions all inlined inside this component here instead of being outside. Like, at what point can you say your component runs top down when when basically things update handpicked in a way that isn't explicit based on any kind of dependency arrays or anything? You're literally just like, oh, this runs. And why does this run? Well, because this dependency changes. Like, you might start thinking of things almost in a sense like it's reactive. So the semantics of console logs is very interesting because console logs are side effects, and React's depending on the fact that because your components are pure, except for when you use use effect, that you're never going to observe the fact that they're completely could be messing with the execution and execution order for the sake of keeping memoization working properly. Like if they want to be smart the way Solid is around control flow, they will have to look at those early returns and wrap them in blocks, so that they can do branches dynamically without like rerunning parts of your code. And if they do that kind of reorganization invisibly for you, things like console log are going to be the thing that shows you that the model is not what you see it is. Just kind of a interesting aside, but I wanted to kind of put that in there. Okay, let's continue.
And used to debug. The code is we're not doing like crazy reordering
okay.
and things like that. So a lot of things that are going into making it more predictable. But longer term, we also see probably even having a React language server, like an ID integration, so a language server in the technical term, so that you can actually have much more feedback in your ID about what's going on. Our understanding of the code is even more sophisticated than what the current ESLint rules can do, and so we can suggest to you, like maybe you want to refactor your code in this way because it'll memorize better, or things like that, and so that'll also help. And then we'll definitely have to integrate with dev tools. So and that maybe end up being a community involvement. But I think the language server side is definitely something that we're thinking about working on, not committed to yet, but something that we are thinking about. But yeah, certainly developer experience has got to be, it has to actually be predictable for developers. And we are pretty happy with the model that we've come up with. We think it is pretty predictable. Once you kind of work with Forget a little bit, you got to begin to develop an intuition. And I think that that's actually probably the most important thing, is that if it's actually predictable to the developer, and I think we've got that. So, but yeah, definitely something to think about.
I would maybe add that, because I'm not involved with the project, I'm just observing. So I do feel like it is interesting because, again, like the compile target is not something that's, some inscrutable like bytecode or whatever. It just really rewrites your code in a way that maybe like for some people I think might actually feel more natural because like you think I just changed this thing, like what does this re-render, and then forget like rewrites it to say if this thing changed, like recalculate this piece, otherwise don't. So you kind of feel like, oh, I see, yeah, makes sense. Like I don't. So when you debug it, there is a feeling that it kind of does what maybe you would do yourself, but it's just too annoying to write by hand.
Yeah.
I love Dan's description there because it's exactly how we talk about Solid's DOM compilation on JSX, right? We go, you look at it and then you can see like, oh, there's something, there's an effect there that updates this piece of the DOM. It's almost like what you would have written yourself if you were just going to write the code to be optimal. I enjoyed that part of his description in the compiler because at some point I'm like, okay, like, is that just like I don't think it's just like he's saying like instead of having it in the hook, it's almost like right in front of you. You get to see like if this condition do this, else do that. So I think there is value on that on the transparency. It's just interesting if that, it's definitely a shift for people when they start like looking at the code and it's adjusted. In our case, right now it's limited to JSX, but here your whole component is going to kind of get rewritten on you, and new conditionals and stuff will kind of sneak in. What do we got here? Well, high quality comment. Yeah, sorry, I just switched over to Twitch. I realized I haven't been over there a bit. Thank you for the subscribe, Dev. And yes, I do stream. I can't show this because that was your subscription notice, so I can't actually show it on StreamYard, but thank you. I appreciate the sub. I'm actually scrolling back now to make sure I didn't miss anyone else's subs. I've been very focused, here. Did I miss anyone's subs? I hope not. A lot of first-time chatters today, which is very cool. It's great to see. Well, if I missed your subs, it's probably from over an hour ago, and I apologize. Thank you for subbing anyways. It's all good. Yeah, there it is. I almost forgot you streamed there. Thank you. I'm curious to see if it means people will be lazy at code quality. Yeah, I mean, hard to predict. I hope people just write good enigmatic code anyways. Like, that would be, like, I think the idea is your code should be readable. That's the more important than, like, especially if you want it to be maintainable. Like, on one level, you can just be like, and this is part of that debate I had with Dan was like, is it about, like, how easy it is for you to write at the time, or is it, like, how easy is it to read later? And I think that's a fair question. I think it's both, depending on what you're doing. Readable code is just better code anyways, generally speaking. I mean, there's always exceptions. There's always performance optimizations. Maybe I'm one not to talk, but I think they're trying to account for the widest range of authoring patterns, for better or for worse. But it was just interesting. I love this little description Dan gave, because when he's talking about the dev tools, I was actually literally picturing the ones that Damien made recently. I don't know if everyone saw that from a couple weeks back, where he had the solid dev tools showing how it could trace the reactivity throughout the whole tree automatically. You can like see, like, I update the signal, it updates this place down here. Like, it was really cool. And the way Dan was talking about the compiler also made me kind of think about similarities of how we describe our compilation, but applied in a different place. I don't know if there's anything else on this one.
Yeah. There's a bit of like GPT feeling to it.
Yeah,
like
that's cool. It's helping me, right? It's helping me out.
Okay, there we go. But AI is actually an important topic in consideration here, because I feel like with the right language primitives, like right now we have language models. Is it hard to kind of extend from that? Like, things that are easier compiler targets would also be easier AI targets. I mean, there's a reason why Solid is one of the easiest frameworks to actually target from a compiler perspective. It's why we have so many alternate syntaxes and plugins around that in the community, was because when you give people the primitives, if they want to develop and have something look like Svelte, they can just use a plugin, develop Svelte, have it output Solid. Going the other way is not that easy in a lot of cases. So yeah, I can definitely respect that kind of language positioning, because that's something we already kind of experienced in the Solid community. Yeah, I'm big on primitives. Everyone knows that. Okay, cool. Okay, let's. I don't know if there was much else from Remix Conf. I mostly focused on the React side of things. I know they've been doing great work on HMR and yeah, with Remix, and I don't want to understate any of that stuff, but yeah, I just thought that was kind of an interesting interaction, just to see the core team talk about these topics. Where was I wanted to go next? Right, okay. There's a couple places we can go. Okay, I know where I want to go next. Let's... Yeah, should I go here? I just want to check against my bookmarks, see which way I want to go. Because we already talked about INF. So I actually don't have much to add for WebIO. I haven't actually seen... I didn't watch most of WebIO conference. I know there's some highlights on Angular and stuff, but the big thing up for me was obviously this talk about input to next paint, which we already talked about. Firebase has been obviously adding support for tons of frameworks and stuff, but that's not really where I want to go. Okay, yeah, we're talking about other cool announcements and stuff. You want to talk about flexing performance? I mean, there's nobody better than Jared Sumner. And yeah, I mean, new JavaScript bundler 200 times faster than Webpack. I forget. Did he actually put it in the art? Yeah. Okay. Here where's he likes to show graphs. No, did he not put the graph in here? Maybe it was on his personal tweet. He just had the most ridiculous graph. I saw it somewhere. It's fine. Where he shows the new version of Bun is faster than ES Build, almost double the speed, and then it's like hundreds of times faster than the like other bundlers. I'm excited. I mean, Bun's going to take a while to get the kind of same level of stability of other things, but every new feature, everything he approaches with such a performance oriented aspect. It's almost just best if you're competitor or whatever and thing, just to kind of like do what you're doing, and Jared will get there eventually, because like no one puts the same kind of focus on on these kind of benchmarks. I guess you could hire your own Jareds and then you could do that as well. But yeah, every time I see a new Bun post, I just have to smile because I know that he's got some kind of benchmark that's just absolutely absurd. Yeah. Speaking about dev tools, a lot of cool stuff's been going on. Vue's done a couple conferences. While my understanding is that we can't expect Vapor until maybe Q4, Nuxt has been doing a lot of improvements that I've been hearing little bits from. And one of the coolest ones is actually these dev tools. I think everybody's going to be pretty, what's the term? Where why is it not coming to me? It doesn't matter. People are going to want these dev tools because look what Anthony's saying here. Now, in the latest Nuxt dev tools, you're able to inspect elements, open the corresponding source right inside the embedded VS Code, and edit them with HMR. Full feedback loop makes changes without needing to learn project structure or even leave the browser. Is that not cool? Like literally go in, inspect the area you want to fix, go in, edit it with HMR, like on the floor, like it just the connectivity between the visuals, like, and to be able to adjust the code. Obviously, this is more powerful for like design type things, but yeah, I mean it's very powerful, and this is a very nice looking demo. I'm sure you guys have seen this demo before, yeah, this is very, very cool. FOMO a little. I mean, I think everybody is gonna want this. Yeah, this is very cool. Yeah, I want this to learn HTML because if you go in the browser in HTML, you can do this. But once you get into JavaScript framework, you lose this, right? If you go in the browser, you can just like edit the JavaScript HTML inline and you can see the changes. It's a good way to actually teach people like why the web is so cool. But bringing this back into the frameworks, like this is what I expect from Nuxt and stuff. The Vue community ecosystem is really like developer user focused in this kind of stuff. It's incredible. So yeah, definitely very, very cool. Right. Where was I gonna go? Sorry. I didn't talk about the Vercel release much, even though was very quick to, talk about the Apple-esque feel of the stuff. I think it's very interesting to see how Vercel is positioning themselves. I get the impression that it's almost like the new Heroku. Like they're your one-spot shop, so to speak. And I think with the addition of Blob and KV and Postgres, like services that they provide for you, which means you're going to be paying a slight premium, but it means that like it's just all right there. I think that for them, this kind of completes a story that they've probably been thinking about for a while now. So that is definitely interesting approach. I'm glad to see this kind of consolidation, and like if this was the direction they're going, I'm glad to see this kind of piece together, because actually this is probably the first thing in a long time that it has differentiated the approach between, say, Netlify and Vercel, who've been neck and neck for ages, perceptually in terms of like the way they approach the stuff. Netlify has no interest, to my knowledge, of ever offering their own database services, and are still working on beta pipelines and going to people where their data is. It's just a different strategy. This is perfectly valid as well, but it's just interesting because this was the first time in a while that I've actually seen such a clear difference in direction. So very cool to see Vercel kind of realizing this vision. As I said, I do get this feeling they're seeing themselves kind of as the modern day Heroku, where you can just kind of go in and get everything you need, which is very cool. Okay. Okay, talked about Nuxt. Should we go here? I think we should go here. I'm going to check chat for a minute. It's not their services though. Right. It's not their services though. Right. So yeah, I guess that's the trickiest part, because by repackaging, it's kind of like all the other stuff. Like you pay a premium, but because they're offering that ease of developers, it makes it like, people will pay extra for a time at least to get started. And I think if you're targeting a lot of like people in the lower tier pricing things, like getting all the hobbyists, getting all the like early stage startups, this makes a ton of sense because they don't have to go looking or worry about anything. It's like all just right there. Will this scale out worse than other solutions? Perhaps. But that's once you get to that stage where you need your own databases and you need your own other things, then like you'll eventually scale out of a lot of this stuff. So I think this works if that's the vision in terms of having like the one shop place, right? Even some people are critical on the prices, and that's fair because how easy it is to go sign up with services these days. But there's just as many people probably who just won't bother to do the research, won't bother to go look other places, and maybe even just like bank in Vercel's brand and be kind of like the Apple thing I was talking about earlier, and just pay that a bit more. It all actually lends into this sort of image and brand for Vercel. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, will they ever run their own? Yeah, I mean, this doesn't stop them from running their own in the future as well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's hard, but I'm saying that, like, you put all those things together and you probably have something that's very compelling for some people. Okay, how is this not illegal? I want to talk about this one because, yeah. I do want to talk about. I mean, the problem is I'm not going to like sit here and watch the whole Rich Harris talk on here, and he spent a lot of time talking about Solid in that video, which I said in the past means we must be doing something right. I think I already kind of gave my feedback on that talk in my previous stream, where I was basically saying like, I think most of the he didn't actually end up bringing up some of the bigger concerns with the co-location, other than like the tree shaking problem. But for the most part, like the things that he brought up are relatively easily addressable. Like there's an issue with Qwik in terms of like some source map stuff, but again, that should only happen in dev. And like he's right that we should be careful. And actually, this example is partially why we should be careful. And there's actually a better example where people actually show it where the problem is. But I think this is one of the things where it makes it kind of obvious, because one of the things that we hit a lot of criticism with Bling, and Qwik did a bit as well. It's with our $ functions, that because stuff's in the same file, now you could leak stuff. And the funny thing is, if you're going from client to server, like if you're going from like an RPC call kind of thing, like server $ or whatever, and you define in the client file, the danger isn't anything there, because the code in the server function doesn't actually make it to the client. The problem is if you import something that has side effects, like the database or something, it's possible that the tree shaking doesn't work properly. And actually in Rich's talk, he actually mentions that Rollup actually had a convention that automatically solved this for you. He actually had solved this with Rollup, but then he realized that his heuristic was insufficient and that it like broke other things, and he had to roll it back. Sorry, not to play on the puns, but like basically, if we could have just used what Rich's like assumption here was in Rollup, we wouldn't have this class of problem at all, because there's two ways code gets into the client with these things. It's either through things that don't get tree shaken properly, like even if they're not used, like inside it, but because they have side effects, the Rollup can't remove them. And places where you could have closures and use closure extraction. This is something that Solid and Bling doesn't have currently, but Qwik does, and actually React Server Components do, where you could close over some value in a way that it gets to the client. But the funny thing is, in a situation where you're going purely from client to server, you don't actually, and it's like, like you're in a client file conceptually, like you actually don't have the second problem. Even with closure extraction, you don't actually have the second problem. You only have the tree shaking problem that you can, if you don't understand what I mean, it's like, let me open up a playground just really easily kind of talk about this. What I mean is like, pretend you have something like this, or like server $ or whatever. It doesn't matter what the syntax is, but like const function equals server $, and you have some async thing that only runs on the server, okay? So the problem is like, this is client only, whatever, but let's pretend you have import PG from PG, whatever, okay, right? And then you use it in here, okay? Now, this has, PG.table, whatever. It's been a long time. You guys will forgive me for whatever, right? I can't remember the API here, but what I'm getting at is like, in most aspects here, this is only used in here. The client build will not have it here. So when we like shake this out, it doesn't come in. And even if you like use process, let's go const secret equals process dot env something secret, even if you do this, again, only in the server code, not a problem, never gets to the client. Even if you do this, this is still not going to the client, because it's only ever read in here. Like, you can see it right now. It's not highlighted. When I add it here, now it's referenced. What I'm getting at is it's never going to the client. The problem is, if in theory you have a package that like has side effects and doesn't trust this tree shaking. And what Rich said in his talk was he used to make it that he would figure something didn't have side effects unless you like did this. If you did something like this where you didn't import anything from it, he'd be like, okay, yeah, this definitely has side effects. This does not. So this always has to come. This does not. But essentially, even at this level, this is not closure extraction because you just end up with a bundle with this in it and a bundle with the rest of the stuff, or sorry, a bundle with this in it and a bundle with the rest of the stuff in it. Where closure extraction, and the reason is anything top level, you know it can exist in the module. Closure extraction comes in is when you move this into this. Now suddenly, if I'm reading, again, this is still fine because this is top level, never making it to the client. But if I'm reading from count here, right, inside my server function. Well, first off, to serialize a function, which reactivity makes this a little bit fun. But what I'm pointing at is this value of count doesn't like if this runs the first time on the server and then it runs in the client. It's fine. What I'm pointing is that the challenge here is that this value of count belongs to this instance of the component. So it like needs to remember if it ever executes like maybe in an event handler, like in a click handler or something, over here, it needs to remember the instance of that count. So that's why you have something called like closure serialization, which we don't support yet in Bling or in SolidStart. But it's because it's not module level. Module level, you have no problem. The code's always there. This is like a counter has to instantiate in order to do this because behind the scenes, the way these server functions work is they actually hoist this up so that it can be exported in itself and bundled. So any instance-based stuff has to be kind of like associated with the declaration at the call site. Like you could picture like it's like bind count or something like that. If it helps, like essentially you have to actually make the function global essentially. And then where you initialize it in here, you actually have to bind the specific instance to it. Yeah, you could hoist the signal, but then you'd be sharing it between all components. I want each counter to have its own instance of its count. So each have its own like data that it's sending. You can also avoid this very simply by calling the function with the argument and not using closure extraction. Closure extraction is just like convenient. Like right now in Solid, if you tried to do this count thing, it would error and say like, no, you can't use count in there, but you can use secret. You just can't use count because it's a local scoped variable that you're trying to close over. But in Qwik and in the RSCs, they actually let you do this. But again, this is a client component. There's no problem. You're not going to bring in your secret. As I said, the only way to bring in secret is if you like import something that doesn't get tree shaken, which happens more often than you realize. Which is the thing. And even in those cases, like unless the server is actually the export level in the other file, importing stuff from another file even might still also have this problem. Like unless the contract is that it's going to be RPC, like putting a .server in the file name is not actually changing this either. In the case of something like React, where you have a use server on the top of the file and it says like this is server, yes, that's fine because you never actually import that in. But if it's just like, but that's understanding that it's an RPC, a remote procedure call, right? What I mean by that is like someone asked Lee, like, why do I have to put use server if this is already a server component, right? Like and I'll get into that in a minute, but it's important to understand because this is not just a server component. This is explicitly an RPC that gets called from the client or the server, depending on the situation. In this case, it's actually always from the client because it's from a form. But where I was going with this is like the danger here is about tree shaking. Even modular extraction here is not actually that, like we don't support it because as I said, I was not convinced, like reactive values might not play nicely here. Like there's complexity, like because you have to treat reactivity synchronously. Like what if someone calls a server what if someone closes over a server function inside a create effect? I know I'm getting into a weird zone, but I'm just saying, like, we can't track on the server. We could track at entry, like, so if you called the function and called the count, then you could have that expectation. But there's oddities there. But let's ignore closure extraction in this case for a second. But just, I want you to understand that the only source of the leak here is from the fact, because everything here is client by default, except for the stuff that you've marked as server. So the only place that this comes in is in some weird non-tree shakeable scenario. And it's not that weird, as in a lot of node packages don't tree shake. And like, I'm not quite sure how your secret gets in there exactly, but you might try and pull PG in, and then you have to say in your vite config, externalize it. Like, people deal with this stuff all day long in SolidStart repo. So I'm not going to, like, I know this is a real problem because a lot of server packages don't tree shake and aren't marked as pure, which is unfortunate, but almost all client packages are. So like generally, like not all of them, but most modern ones are. So like generally we don't, as client side developers, we don't hit this problem as often. And then we go to the server and just like, why is all this stuff kind of getting pulled in when it doesn't need to? Why do I have to set it in my config not to? Right, but what I'm saying is this: what's cool about you might say that it's like secret. Like, this is where the problem comes in, because there are these cases where things are side effect false, but like none of the basic cases actually like the typical basic cases at the module level have this problem, and more so. Most of the things that people think are fixes actually don't fix the problem. So they actually have this problem anyways, and they don't even realize it. What was interesting though is because obviously we got a lot of flack about that, and the separate file thing, and the React kind of thing was like, oh, this is why we have use server and use client separately. Except let's look back at Lee's example here. Aren't we doing this everywhere? Yes. This is the second thing. What I just described is not unique. It's funny that we're getting on our high horse on this right now. I want to put it out. I want to put this out there. This thing, I'm showing server $ like as a way, but this behavior that I'm explaining right now is the exact same with get server side props, remix loaders, export loader, basically everything we've been using for SSR. If I go back to older Svelte frameworks, pre-Svelte kit, same thing. Basically everything we've done on SSR has always worked this way, just on a complete aside. This is not new. And because the closure extraction doesn't actually make a difference here, I can basically say, we can just say that this is how SSR has worked for 8-9 years. So this is not a new thing. The funny thing, that the reason it's coming into attention is because certain parties want to make a big deal out of it all of a sudden, even though it's literally how they've worked for 8 or 9 years. So there's that as well. So that's actually a very good point. I can see why it seems like it's sketchy, but it's also been like that for 8 or 9 years. Like this actually isn't new. But let's move this a little bit further along the dial a bit. I want to get back here because, and this is why I was talking about this. Let's look at this example first. He's showing that like with the page directory, you have like basically a handler. It handles the submit in our component, which does a fetch request based on the form data. And then on the other side, you have an API route and all this stuff. And someone was quick to point out, like, yeah, and like no freaking kidding, Remix solved this. It turns out a lot of people have solved this problem in pretty much every framework. But like, essentially, this is probably the most verbose way you can handle this. And then they're like, look, use server, do it, form, super simple, right? Like, in a sense, and the big thing that the next team is talking about here is like, look, you can only use server in server files. You can't put them in client components, so you don't have to worry about the tree shaking thing, right? You either import them, and because the contract is RPC, you know that code never actually gets imported. So that's good, because just having .server doesn't always mean that exactly. It depends on like how you use it. Anyways, and yeah, so this is great. Except there's one little gotcha that people don't realize, and it's the same question of why this has useServer and why this doesn't have useServer. This is already a server component on the server and has useServer in it, right? Which means that this is actually happening between two separate requests. The closure, if there's a closure over this data, like this one doesn't have a closure, so we're fine. But if there's a closure and you're in a server component, you're essentially, it's the same thing that I was explaining over here when I put this inside here. It still needs to get hoisted up, right? So now let's do this. Now you would never put a secret in a client component. Like, why the hell would you do that? But if I put a secret in my server component, I don't know why I have a server counter, but if I put my secret in my server component and then I use it here, well, we're good, right? Because it's always on the server. Does anyone see what the problem is? This very safe approach, and I'm using server $. It doesn't matter. Use server is like the same thing. Okay, let's use server. Doesn't matter. Okay, sweet. Use server. Okay. The problem is that we have to hoist this up, right? We have to pull it up. How does... Now the secret isn't here anymore, it's up here. So we actually have to be like function.bind secret, right? And then I'm going to say this function is what we put in our click handler, okay, right? How does the client who submits the form able to call this server function with the right secret between two different requests? Well, I mean, it needs to tell the client how to make the request of that. So that the actual answer, as given up, is yeah, we'll just serialize. I mean, it doesn't have to be an input. This would be true even if we weren't using forms. This would be true if we were using any kind of mechanism where we were passing this server function to a client component, because it needs to. The closure means it's instance-based. If the secret was up here at the top, it would be fine. We wouldn't have to use closure extraction. But because we're using closure extraction, we actually have to send the secret to the client to send it back to the server, because it can't be persisted between requests, because it was instantiated. Now, I don't think you should probably do this, but I could picture a stupid scenario where someone was like if authorized, you know what I'm getting at, you know, something maybe with an early return, whatever, like if authorized, then get password or get whatever, like, and thinking that because they're on the server, they're perfectly fine. But what's not obvious is that with useServer in a server component is that while you see a server, it's really server client server. Other than tree shaking mishaps, this has all the risks of both going server client and client server when closure extraction is involved. It's interesting to me that this is the way the narrative has shaped, when like even keeping everything in a server file isn't actually safe. And this is what people were showing. They were showing like literally secrets inside the rendered HTML forms. Obviously you can add some sort of, you know, you can hash it up or use some kind of encryption and then decrypt on the other side or do whatever you need. But my point is like, it's very interesting to me that we're kind of getting into this zone where we're being kind of critical on this stuff. To be fair, without closure extraction, you don't have this problem, because it would just error. Like it wouldn't expect the secret to be able to be in the local scope. It'd have to be global, and if it's global, then it never needs to get sent to the client. So it's an interesting choice, but it was one for me that whenever I see this example now, that's what I see, because like, I guess the difference is this one is something you can avoid, where it's just like, don't do something where you close over, server data in a server component because it actually gets sent to the client, versus, I guess, hidden tree shaking, which we've been relying on forever. But it is an interesting tension, right? Because, like, don't get me wrong, I don't like the fact that either case leaves us open. And the challenge is, one of the real challenges here is, like, the incentive to put the server function in a client component is because of the help people ease their migration, right? I told you it's very important for us to move people from CRA mindset to Next to RSCs, like do the 1, 2, 3. And the easiest way to go with that is you can literally leave the data fetching where it is. If anyone's seen Solid, they know what I'm talking about, where you can literally take React query and just go server $ it. And now you don't need you don't have to change a bunch of your conventions essentially. And you can move basically from client to SSR to server components and follow this kind of trend line. So that's the justification, but again, we have to solve the tree shaking problem. In the case of this pattern, we need to solve the closure serialization security problem, which I'm sure is easy to solve. I'm just pointing out there that it was very interesting to me how much criticism recent days have come about this stuff, about keeping server and client separate, and we can still run into these kind of issues. Yeah, I know there's concern about app state. Yeah, ASP page state. I'm hoping, this is why I said we weren't going there again. I actually don't think closure extraction is worth it currently. Maybe people will convince me from like a DX standpoint, but I think it's funny that this issue actually isn't a problem with closure extraction. It's actually completely safe without closure extraction. And why can't you just the reason for it is because forms don't give you a way to call the function. Like, you don't have a way to bind it. You know what I mean? So I understand why we're here. It's just like all these patterns are still kind of getting worked through. Yeah, exactly. Why do we want the closure extraction? Yeah, I think it's so how else do you get arguments into it? See, if you control the call site, it's a little bit different. Forms are awkward. Well, but I guess, yeah, you're right. There's other, actually maybe this one just shouldn't happen. Like, if you have the secret, you should basically say, no, you have to pull it in yourself inside here and not in the component body. Like, it should just be strict. I was going to say, you can't really call handle submit, bind it with the arguments you want, because in a more typical case with a client thing, you don't need now this is a server counter. I've gone too far, but you know what I mean? You can always just pass things as arguments without closure extraction. This is always an option to pass things as arguments. It's actually a lot clearer because there's no hidden thing going. Of course, never bet against DX wins people want. DX wins will always usually come out and trump because someone wants it bad enough, they'll warp the whole world to fit it. So I can't say for sure. But yeah, I guess I actually did make this point next. Not to say it's bad, it's just that it isn't all that different between solutions. Separate files definitely help with some issues, but there are a few different classes of problems. We've done client server for years, GSP loaders, but server client with extraction is a lot newer, right? So this is something that Qwik actually, I think, had to deal with a little while ago when they realized that there was a problem. I forget what their solution for it was, but Qwik also had to look into this because it's very similar. Yeah, I think the biggest difference with SvelteKit is that I don't think there's any opportunity to close over. Actually, let's look. Does SvelteKit have this potential problem? Let's look. It's kit.svelte.dev, right? Kit.svelte.dev. Let's look here. Because what I want to understand is they have server files. That's fine, but it's not enough to have server files. You have to make sure that your loaders and your they don't have server components, right? This scenario only happens in partial hydration based frameworks. It's Qwik, for example, that support RPCs, React server components, the stuff we do in SolidStart. Yeah, actually, I don't think Svelte has this problem because they haven't got here yet. This is kind of what I was joking about earlier when I was saying that if Rich is talking about you, that means you're innovating. Server-only modules. Okay, let's see what that is. Yeah, let me try that, Jess. All right, let's pull this over. My guess is it's just okay. Private M variables. Okay. Yeah, okay, so they're using the same. Yeah, this is just an extra protection. That's cool. It's not server components though. It's basically, I don't know if you've seen in Bling, we have Bling GitHub. We have something called secret $, but it also works with file extensions. So it's a secret, it's just like extra layer defense. But we also have secret files, it's the same kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, this is the question, right? Like, should we just set conventions around things that are secret? And then if that's the case and we're hell-bent on going this direction anyways, like, is that all we can do, right? That's what I'm asking, right? Like, maybe we shouldn't be so quick to, kind of, yeah, I don't know. The only one that definitely gets you with stuff from the server in the client is this version though, which is interesting. The other ones seem like they could be solvable. Because like literally if you didn't pass it to the client, this example that I was showing based on Lee's example, obviously that's not what Lee's doing, but like if you didn't pass that from the server to the client to the server, the function literally doesn't work. It's not like something, I guess you'd know right away, but I feel like you should know right away. So like that's essentially it. This isn't to pick apart this. I think this API makes a lot of sense. It's why we're excited about Bling and all that stuff. It's very, very, very similar, right? There's so many applications when you can get into these kind of patterns. If you saw Manu's click handler Qwik example from a month back, same kind of thing. This is like, I think this goes through everyone's head. It's why Blitz exists in the first place. Like when we first went back to the server and we're like, oh, monoliths are okay now. Like it just unlocks all these patterns. It's kind of like this will happen if we ever go, oh, state on the server is okay now. Everyone's going to like be making crazy stuff live view style and be like, ooh, this is so much simpler. Like I actually was very impressed when I had live view JS Donnie on stream, because like in a way it was a lot simpler. I think there's definite trade-offs there. And people worry about forgetting about the past. We haven't forgot about the past. It's just like it's a bit of a balancing act between, like, we got rid of monoliths in the past for a very good reason, and we're trying to solve the monolith problem differently this time. Is essentially it. We're relying on compilers and bundlers as a way to distribute our stuff across new age infrastructure, using serverless, using all these services, kind of like automatically splitting our code. So because to a certain degree, co-location and monolithic authoring is a lot simpler to wrap your head around. So as long as we can eliminate the performance concerns there, there's benefit. Of course, the challenge is there's like a lot more considerations too when you consider security and whatnot. Anyway. I found the best Qwik slogan. Yeah, I mean, this is where we're at right now. This is I'm happy about a few of the called shots that I made in my article at the beginning of the year, and this was one of them. I think this is where, everybody's playing this game. I mean, Vercel is very obvious because they've been very vocal about it, but like, just seeing the work that's happening with SST at Amazon. Netlify has basically the build file output API. They've had it for a long time. They just never advertised it. So like this idea where you can just stick infrastructure in folders and have it automatically deploy to different parts. It's so odd to me that we our marketing doesn't push things out in those channels as much. But you know, like everybody's kind of looking at these solutions on how to, you know, build in a way that's like quick to boot, but doesn't suffer, you know, the scaling issues as quickly. Yeah, this meme has been floating around. I use this I use this meme also a little bit to talk about compilers. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to point this one out because this was a hot issue, and there's a better example. I've lost it along the ways, but I just wanted to, like, I think it's important to understand that. I'm not going to dig into this one, Dax. Just FYI, this whole edge is a place thing. It confuses me. It confuses people working on standards. It confuses basically everyone. But I would love if marketing didn't get in the way here, but I can't talk about it. I think it's important though. I will go over this just enough so that people are going to at least like read this, because this at least is a good, like, why am I even talking about edge being a place, right? I'm going to explain this without any marketing terms, taking the time to write this out, so please read it carefully before you reply and try to disagree. That's a good prefix to pretty much everything. We have a primitive called serverless function. This is a reasonable name. It is a function that can execute without thinking about what server it runs on. We can pull out two properties of a serverless function: where it's running and what's it running. For the where, it could be a regional data center, like US East 1 in North Virginia, or it can be at the edge, closer to your user, or maybe another location we haven't thought of. For what, it can be things like Node.js, Dino, Golang, who knows, any kind of like runtime. So we can look at products that serve these combinations: Node.js plus regional, which is AWS Lambda configured with Node; Node.js plus edge, which is AWS Lambda at edge. Actually, probably only like half of them, right? V8 isolated edge, Cloudflare worker, isolated regional, Cloudflare pin to a region, Golang. Basically, there's a whole bunch of different combinations of these two things to form what we call thing. The root issue is Vercel is taking the non-marketing term edge, which always refers to where, and users describe specifically a product, creating immediate confusion because they say edge runtime instead of saying V8 isolate. The second part is now additionally using the phrase serverless function not as an umbrella term for everything, but for one specific combination of what and where. Yeah, that was the whole debate. I actually am not as close to this one as Dax is, so I don't have opinion, but I think it's important that you can understand why this has been very confusing, especially if you look at, they were working on the standards a few months back and trying to like make edge a thing, and then Vercel's like, no, you can't do it, that's our marketing term, which was really interesting to have a standards conversation around that, because like, you know what I mean, like they're kind of like it's very different worlds. I actually had a good chance to meet up again with Luca and Nicolo, or Nicholas. I got to double check. Both guys working on TC39 standards when I was in Belgium, and we had some great conversations about module extraction. You know what? Let's see if I can find it. Let me look at my. This actually is very relevant to what we just did. If I go to my notifications, which probably have way too many, and I go down a little bit here, I might be able to find what I'm looking for. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Nicolo, here we go. Different frameworks are moving towards co-location of code that runs the server and the client. Some examples are React, use server, use client, Qwik with the server dollar sign, and Solid with the server dollar sign. They all use functions that can be confusing behavior because they close over variables from server to client and vice versa. Module expression could give clear boundaries. So module this. He's talking about basically built-in JavaScript syntax for doing this. It might be another good use case shorthand syntax. CC Ryan, thanks for the idea. Yeah, so they are looking at this on the standards side. Just FYI, this is what happens when you bring people together at conferences. So maybe good things will happen. It also might mean it will take 10 years before anything happens. But I'm just glad to have the conversation started, and we can kind of go from there. All right. What do we got here? How's chat going? Related RFC for Astro. I did not. What do we got here? Oh yeah. The client side routing one. Yes, I very much saw this one because I was very much involved in convincing them that this should be a thing. Yeah. If you actually see the post where Nate announced it, he actually linked my rough notes document about how I was thinking about how to approach it. It's interesting because we used Micromorph from them to actually build Solid's version. I don't think they're looking at nested routing, but just adding client-side routing to Astro. As I said, this is why I was talking about IMP at the beginning. I think everyone's going to be impacted by that thing. Like, my feeling is that a lot of the single-page app frameworks multi-page app frameworks are just going to become this new sort of framework. I don't want to call them single-page apps because they actually really aren't like most single-page apps. But but it's definitely a thing. They expect this kind of client-side routing and RSC approach to show up. I mean, I don't have to show the Movies app demo again. You guys have all seen the Movies app demo. It's just like, you see that and you're just like, it's just like, for that instant in time, you're just like, wow, I can literally build something that has no JavaScript and feels like a modern single-page app. It feels great. Yeah, people talking about edge functions. Edge functions are specific to JavaScript. I can deploy. Yeah. Yeah. Remember to read. Oh, the discussion's starting again. Yeah, I mean, and this has been the question, right? Tanner's quite right, where a lot of the stuff is client updated anyways. So not necessarily. I think the thing you have to understand here is what we're talking about is another architectural shift. It doesn't stop you from doing all the stuff you've been doing in these client dashboard apps. It just gives a new baseline, which means that like I did a diagram a while ago. It's probably not in Excalibur anymore. Like if I scroll around, maybe I'll find it. See, I have all my notes from my other streams here. Like I had one where I showed like a bunch of, let's like zoom way the hell out. Yeah, okay. Not this one. But essentially, how should I put it? Get back to reasonable zoom. What I wanted to say is that the idea is changing the foundational perspective on what the web is. Like almost outside of the CDN case, and even though, and it still works in the CDN case, or should work in the CDN case, essentially the web starts on the server. So if you treat the application development as something that starts on the server, that little bit of a shift makes it more unifying with the rest of the web. We've so hyper optimized on the one zone in the client. So yes, this is not going to suddenly make your life better in any sort of way, but what it's going to do is hopefully make it so that people who go, hey, I want to build a website or build a web app, that decision isn't so like this or this, apps versus sites. It means that you could approach them the same sort of way with the same base technology and then build towards your goal. But as someone building a dashboard today, you could probably care less. Like you don't need to do anything. That's the whole thing. Like nothing here means you need to do anything. I think one of the problems is a lot of the routing solutions right now don't cater to the client side case quite well enough. And that's something I want to address, but like it doesn't really restrict what you can do. It's just like additive, but unfortunately additive in the way that you have to re-architect your app. Yeah, that is exciting and it's something that we'll be able to leverage. We already had code splitting in SolidStart, but so moving to Astro, we kind of lose it, but then I hope we get it back again. So like, this is exciting. And not just you convincing them, met with Igor, with Fred and Mishko, and we're all sitting there, and Igor was like pointed out that Astro didn't have it, and he's like, okay, enough people push on it. Fred's like, we'll make sure it happens. Baseline of the container API is laid out. Okay, yeah. I mean that might be interesting. I hadn't actually looked too much in detail there. I just know that like at least from the conversation I had with them, they weren't focused on the same sort of file system like automated nested routing approach. But if they have an API for it, I could definitely see supporting that. I probably need to catch up on where they're at on that. All right. Okay. So edges of place. Sorry, Dax. Please, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Fair enough. Let's keep on going. Yeah, talked a bunch about SolidStart and Jabber. We've talked about Remix Conf. Oh, hey, talking about code extraction. Very, very, very cool demo. I'm loving the way that Manu is selling new features these days. And this one is using worker $. This is obviously something that we thought of ages ago, but like he actually went and did it. Another one was WebSocket $. Right. I'm pretty stoked to see this like work. The thing is like, this is the case. You need something very expensive because once you go into worker $, you're opting into async. This isn't about like, there's a reason we don't use workers for concurrent rendering. But if you have something really expensive, the ease at which you can use this is really cool. And I love this. Like you can see worker $. It could also be use worker. I can very much see, this is part of that distributed thing I was talking about where distributing stuff in space, essentially. The idea that we're building monolithic and then we can distribute the work through different like spaces or different like environments. And I think it's actually more interesting this if you consider time. I'd love to see macros like this affect like do this at build time or whatever, like I think there is a lot of dynamicism available to us now to have the single application and then distribute the work based on, some amount of automation, some amount of manual intercepting. This does add complexity, but it is definitely something that is cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I forgot to link this, right? Because this is like one of the first things. I think this was back in February. Like we proposed doing this, but no one actually got around to building it. Someone was asking if this was going to come to SolidStart. Only through Bling. Honestly, features on SolidStart itself, because a lot of them are going to they're going to incorporate other libraries or we're moving their responsibility. I'm not like working on say server functions right now because eventually they'll be replaced with Bling server functions. I guess essentially we're looking at a way of distributing out the libraries and the work and as always making SolidStart a combination of a bunch of primitives. So workers should come at some point along that timeline, kind of working towards that. I think there's a few other suggestions if I go to the README of some cool APIs that are definitely in consideration. WebSocket $, lazy, obviously this is the client interactive $. Clearly someone watches Theo's streams because he used interactive. I think that's what he wanted to call it. Anyway, why is the $sign coming to Solid? It was just for this, and actually we've had the $sign in SolidStart for just over a year now. We didn't have Qwik style of breaking server stuff apart, but we were the first to do the compiled RPC stuff in the modern meta frameworks. I don't think Blitz did. Is theirs compiled? Blitz might be, but the server $sign thing started from SolidStart. But essentially, the compiled RPCs are really interesting, I think. As I said, there's a lot of benefit to them. But I think that there's still a lot of room to explore here, which is what I was suggesting even in here. Like, this is very cool. I love seeing every time. As I said, Manu does such a great job selling this. Let me see if I can.
What if I told you that you can run code in a web worker directly from GSX? Please keep watching. For long?
Love it. Very, very, very cool. Yeah, a lot of the stuff Qwik's been doing is very much on fire recently. So very cool to see these kind of applications come in. And I think it's largely part is like they've hit 1.0 now. So now they can expand out to a lot of the other ideas. They were working on stabilization before. Now they can kind of play with some of the stuff they want to play with. So yeah, I expect more of these kind of things. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. Sure, it might not be terribly hard to start up a worker thread today, but these kind of conveniences probably do add up at a certain point. Yeah, view use. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, view use has one. We probably have one in solid primitives. Like the difference. These compiler things are just. Yeah, is this a compiler trick? I mean, I'll check it out if it's worth doing, but like it isn't too hard to get the runtime up and going. It's just this new kind of trend of using the compiler, the bundler, as a way of doing this stuff. I haven't looked too closely at this one. I probably should. Let me just pop it up. Why not? Nice. Okay, so it does actually straight up call the function that you provide here. That's cool. How does the bundling work? I'm actually kind of interested. Does it do closure extraction? This is interesting to me because most of the frameworks have done some sort of like the bundling. It's hard to do this without the bundling piece, right? Like, that's interesting. Usually there's some kind of syntax to tell you, like in case, oh crap, you like if you use this now gets pulled in or whatever, but. Yeah. Vite using workers is also very interesting. Very easy to use. Yeah. But yeah, this is sort of the, in any case, this is sort of like I expect to see more and more of these kind of things. And I said extending more, even just beyond like, oh, do this in a worker, but like we might, it's interesting. I don't know how much of this automates versus manual, but this idea of like spreading the compute cost around. This is all about this monolithic, splitting up this monolithic architecting. Yeah, we don't have to talk about that. Okay. Other cool stuff. I told you I was excited. Do you want to go there yet? Let me see here. We talked about this. We talked about this. Did we talk about, sorry, it's a lot of stuff. Is this? Okay, I just want to make sure that I didn't, choosing and again built in solid, that's not, okay, cool. Okay. Just another cool thing that we came across. I mentioned I saw this at the hackathon, and I thought this was kind of cool. But they just launched it this past week. Is that this idea of the new Cloudflare app starter actually runs the CLI of the other frameworks, and then it completes using their CLI at the end to deploy it. So like the end to end it. Make it super easy that you can just go like start a Cloudflare app. Do you want to use, I mean, he showed it right here. Do you want to use, it's a solid, but it's SolidStart. So you choose web framework, Angular, Astro, DocuSort, Gatsby, Hono, Next, the Qwik, Solid, Svelte, Vue, Remix, so you can choose any of them. It runs their CLI. So use their templates, all their setup, and then it comes back in to Cloudflare, which does a deploy, and then you're all done, which is really quite cool kind of experience for getting started, because then Cloudflare doesn't have to maintain anyone else's templates this way or like CLI. They just kind of like, as long as they know how to install their adapter, then they're into the setup, they're all good. There's some concern people had about it breaking, but I think this is, I just hadn't seen this that much. I think this is really cool, this idea of super CLI. I don't know who else ends up using this, but yeah, I don't know. It was just something very cool to see, because I just know after, at Netlify, we have templates for all the different frameworks at Vercel, and every time I make an update that's major enough, I have to go into Vercel, make a PR, change the template there, that whole thing. This, that whole thing just goes away. You just run the CLI. I mean, I'm sure there's other headaches, but very, very, very cool. Okay. Sorry, let's get back here. No, I want to go to here. Okay, a couple things. Marco did it first. Sorry, this was funny. This just caught my eye. Design by copy paste is one of the best principles I've learned in software. Better than Solid or any what you have acronym. I agree. It seems trivial, but it combines deeply useful properties: safe non-erroring removal, safe non-conflicting duplication, safe non-splintering moving. And then Jay Larkey, goes ahead and says that would have been even easier to copy paste. State 0, affect this. How would you pass return values from one to another? You'd have to nest them, render props, then remove them or something like that, which is use. Marco gets to come in with the humble brag that they've solved all that, obviously. Anyway, yeah. Just amusing to me. This maybe one day this will be another hashtag Marco did it first. Let me see. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Only other thing I want to talk about that I thought was really fun. Had a lot of fun in Belgium. Great group, and it was kind of interesting. I think a lot of new people to Solid at this talk, so it was a good chance to kind of get good feedback. And one of the coolest things, I don't know if it's a cool story, it's a very interestingly weird story at first, was we there was a Solid meetup that a bunch of us were trying to get over town to get to, and it took us a bit to actually find the place because it was like in an abandoned warehouse district, and we're going through like these back alleys, and like there was like it didn't look the most pleasant place to be in perhaps, but then we managed to like go through this like abandoned warehouse and get all the way up to like the 4th floor, and there's like this cool place where they had like a bunch of server racks and all that, and I actually gave a Solid presentation to like a handful of people where I got to do a remake of kind of like remake Solid from scratch. I realized after doing that I should probably do more workshops, but it was actually a very, very cool experience in general. It's interesting when you're in like a new place or a new city, and you're traveling and you just like kind of just wing it, and that's what I felt like this was. It's a very interesting experience. Yeah, if anyone's like interested and their stuff aligns with my travel, I'm more than happy to come and talk about Solid. Variety of situations. I'm going to be in Amsterdam, I'm going to be in Portugal, and I'm going to be in Finland coming up. But yeah, this experience was really cool, and the people there definitely appreciated it. It was cool to kind of like formalize a bunch of the kind of conversation points that we've been having for a while here. Actually, I think it was what. Yeah, I actually quite. It's always interesting when you have a few of those moments where like you have the conversations and then someone says something back to you that you've been saying forever, and you start kind of it crystallizes it better for you. So it was definitely quite cool. Right. Obviously, this was a boost to me, but fine-grained best feature is decoupling component data. Components are not a thing here. This unlocks amazing DX. Throwing an error is better than resiliency when trade-off is UX performance. Degrading performance is like paying taxes. It's better to know up front than to have multiple surprises when someone comes to collect. I think these are very interesting insights, and something that I've grown to appreciate more, which is why I did the strict mode stream, a month or so back. And I think these might be the bigger takeaways from a lot of the recent progressions through things, and where the philosophical line drawing starts happening in the future. I think Rust has already suggested this to us, that, and even TypeScript to a certain degree, that our strictness, our errors should be concerned with correctness, so to speak. So, in this case, I'm talking performance, but I think this is a very interesting perspective, and that's the only reason I'm bringing it up. I still have more things to think about here and what the repercussions are, but it was definitely very cool to have a small group of people kind of test the idea and then reiterate it back to me in a sense, and go oh, I hadn't really thought about phrasing it that way. Anyway, adapters, I guess. Yeah, I mean, Nitro is as well. There's a couple standards forming around this kind of stuff. So, and there's hat tip. The thing is, there's actually multiple standards. It is the XKCD thing. I'm just trying to consolidate around where, I guess Nitro is a good bet because Nuxt is behind it, but where there's a company of people actually supporting these things, and not. I'm hoping one day that piece can be consolidated around the builds. How are Belgian waffles? I didn't actually have any when I was there. I'm sorry to say, I didn't see any at our breakfast. I had Belgian chocolate, which was very good, but none of the waffles. Anyway, hey Dan, you're perfectly fine to come on stream. This is my stream, so come say whatever you want to, and join in on the stream. You're perfectly welcome here. Anyway, where were we? Yes. What? Wait. Something happened? Oh. Dan just gifted a whole bunch of subs. Wow. Holy. Wow, that's a lot of subs. 50 tier 1 subs from Dan. Well, thank you very much for this. I'm sure everyone here very much appreciates all those subs. Very, very cool. Give me a second. I could drink some water. Yeah, I guess that's always the other side of this. Yeah, I mean, this didn't come up on the stream, but Dan's no longer working directly with us on the Solid project. We parted ways. There's some differences, obviously, that were had, and my hope is that we can be it can be in a better place in the future and be more amicable situation. So I as I said, I had to take some actions to protect Solid. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, it's fine. You can go on Solid's Discord and see what's going on there. This is, for the most part, something that I didn't really it's honestly not a lot of people's business, honestly, and I respect people involved privacy in this manner. So you know, that's really all I really want to say about this at this time. But obviously Dan's still here gifting people subs, and we obviously love all the work Dan's put towards Solid Project over the years. So you know, it you know, it's unfortunate when things get to this situation, but I'm hopeful that in the future there's healing for all around for everyone, and we can all learn from this experience. But yeah, no, it's definitely been a crazy month. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to go home. I might like accidentally show somebody's private circles. But what I wanted to get at is like, it's amazing the kind of situations and conversations that fuel, you know, other types of conversations and push innovation forward. Jamstack Conf last year was what started the whole Tanner, Astro, Solid kind of kickoff, largely influenced by Theo putting us together to a certain degree. All people who believed in what Theo was doing, and even now, it's awesome to finally meet a lot of the people that I've met online. I realize I've only gone to certain places, but definitely, if you're ever in the situation, do come and say hi. You always hear interesting, cool stories. I actually heard a cool story that I need to track down this. Someone told me that their employer had got Solid working completely in Next. They'd taken my demo where I made Solid work on the client side, and they made it work with SSR, so you could completely put Solid components inside Next.js without micro front ends, which is really cool and something I want to look at. There's so many people building different stuff out there. There's so many different technologies that are just beneath the surface coming to fruition, right? There is a lot to be excited about, and I'm very stoked about all that's been happening in recent times, because that's what the things the conference have been doing, is giving people a chance to showcase really cool things, really cool developments in all these ecosystems. I probably missed a couple conferences too. These are just the ones that came to mind. One day we will meet. Yes. Or actually, wrong one. Sorry. Everything moves. I was cropped out of all the photos. I swear we met though. The people don't realize how tall Theo is. I mean, on that note, I posted this picture, right, about me at 19, and actually now that I think about it, I was probably 20. I think this was actually 2003. Anyways, oops, gave up my age. I think you guys all know. And then Theo, you know, obviously looks all clean cut here, and people are like, you know. What was it? I saw something someone said. I thought it was hilarious. 19-year-old Ryan would definitely take 19-year-old Theo's lunch money. But I don't think people realize just how tall, like how big Theo is. Like, yeah, just that's the first thing that came to mind. I actually, okay, here's a great one. I don't know if Theo is going to like this one, but I got a story to actually share related to meetups and conferences and whatnot. I got the chance to meet up again at the Reactathon with Vincent. He works at Meta. He's kind of like on the team that does like the kind of platform level integrations with React, like stuff like basically like not React core, but right outside of it, that make sure that product teams can use React well. And we hung out at at a meetup about a year ago. I think so. I gave a solid talk at one of the React meetups, and it was one of the first times to hang out with Theo in person, and we'd been talking online a bunch. And Vincent was there, and Ben, the promoter, was there, and we went to a bar afterwards. And it was Vincent reminded me of this story because I'd actually forgotten about it, because we head out after, the bar does, I think like last call or something. It was a bit earlier. It wasn't like a 2 a.m. kind of deal. And there's this guy out there, and he's like, he wanted us to like fight club, essentially. He was all like, who's gonna, I got some money here, I'll pay you, see you guys fight each other. And we're all like, no, what are you talking about? And it's an odd fellow too, because he seemed to know way too much about streaming and stuff and Twitch. Then Theo kind of got into a conversation with him about, different trends on streamers getting banned by Twitch or something. It was just, I guess, only in San Francisco sort of conversation. But anyways, he just wouldn't let it go. And like me and Ben were both just kind of like, well, whatever, just kind of like start walking away from this guy. Right. And then at one point he's like, finally, he's like, okay, fine. Like, who do you, like, I don't know if he's kind of egging stuff on or something. He's like, who do you think would win if everyone was going to fist fight here? And like, as I said, me and Ben were just kind of like, like walking out of it. And then the guy was thinking, and he's like, he points at Vincent. He's like, that guy, because he's got a mustache. And then Vincent said to me, he's like, don't you get it? That's why Theo has a mustache now. Obviously, it's completely unrelated. It was like 6 months before, but it was. I found that story funny. Anyway. Yeah, there's spicier ones probably, but yeah, it was just funny because basically this silly guy on the street thought Vincent would win because he had a mustache. But anyway, anyway. Yeah, I'm not promoting a pro fighting narrative here. It was just amusing to me. Anyway, how are we doing? How are we doing on time? It's only 4:11, but this is most of what I wanted to cover today. I think. I don't know. I think we did a good job of covering most of the topics. My deal is that for the next, I'd say next few weeks, I have more conferences coming. I'm going to be at GoTo in Chicago next week. And then I have JS Nation in Amsterdam, J Nation in Portugal, and then Future Frontends in Finland. Did this actually land? Because I know we've had this in Canary. How's SolidStart Beta going? Yeah. We've been making. I think I showed a little bit on stream about how we made progress on Astro. We're down now to. There's some fixes that should have gone out on the Astro release that came out last week. I think 2.5 came out last week, or sorry, like just the other day. I think it might have actually been on Wednesday. We've also I got rid of a lot of the annoying dev warnings and stuff. So mostly you saw my commit history earlier on. I haven't been doing a ton. The little bit that I have been doing has mostly been looking at issues for Solid and working on the Astro integration. We have flash of unstyled content. We have some issues with MDX still, but a lot of the other stuff's working now. Environment variables are working. So we can get auth up and running. And I'm basically telling people who work on adjacent libraries, things like the stuff that they create JD app, to give it a try and see if they can make it work. It's available on app beta. So if you install npm init solid at beta, you will get the new Astro version. It's, as I said, there's with all these things, there's going to be edge cases, but I'm hoping over time to push most of those into the deployment adapter level as we clean things up. Once we get that done, we'll be able to focus again on API updates and whatnot. I've basically starting to formalize in the same way formalizing docs team again, formalizing SolidStart team, getting people involved there, and we're branching the R&D side separate from the beta effort, and I've been posting plans this week on how to approach that. So I'm still traveling, so it's been challenging, but my hope is that over the next couple of weeks we can kind of start moving it towards a point where we can get more people on it, more eyes, more people like contributing. It's just kind of the timing was awkward. I was hoping to get most of the Astro migration done before I started in conferences, and it just did not work that way. Take over busy. Well, that's the thing. We're very close to where other people can actually make meaningful contributions again. I need to clean up a bunch of stuff, but like it's like the Astro. I demoed this on my last stream, which is a month ago. Like the Astro thing was already close then. We're getting closer now. It's just a couple really painful issues around MDX and some bundling stuff. Things that are like tricky to solve that I'm hoping we just need the right eyes and right focus. Jess here helped us fix all our tests. So we have the test suite running now on Astro, only in the node environment because just the way we were set up, but at least we have tests running, which is very helpful. And essentially we're making progress. I do want to, as I said, I want to ramp this up. I think there's a lot of potential here. I think there's a lot of really good ideas. And I'll have more exciting announcements about SolidStart, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, as we put together our plan and funding for R&D. So very exciting stuff. Any other questions before I call it early? Yeah, I mean, only 4.5 hours or whatever, but I actually don't really have much more content today. Testing continues to be the only thing customers are doing is the only thing. Well, you are very good at it. And you're crazy. Yeah. I think I'm doing pizza for dinner tonight. I think that's what's going on. Homemade pizza. So very good. No sushi or Korean barbecue today, but it's been a lot of fun. I think I covered everything. The only reason I'm dragging a little bit here is because I know that I will not be back on stream again until late June. It's going to be another month, just because I'm taking some vacation time after the conferences with the family. Going to go to Utah, do a bunch of hiking and all that stuff. So just kind of putting it out there, just in case I forget something, because this is kind of like the impromptu in the middle stream to say hi for just a bit. So those gift subs are worthless. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just the unfortunate timing of these things. Once I'm back, we will be back on regular schedule. I said there's a lot of cool people I want to talk to. Aiden. I'm going to have him on. We're going to talk Million.js, talk about exactly what the block DOM is. Obviously, going to be some good progress on SolidStart. I'm going to try and tap some people in Astro's shoulders coming up and see how their client-side routing stuff is going. There's a lot of really cool topics and really exciting stuff happening right now. So I'm looking forward to seeing this stuff kind of come together over the summer, and then hopefully have some bigger announcements and releases coming out in the fall. That's kind of where we're at. It's one of those things I got to be pragmatic and practical about. Obviously, there's a lot rely on the community and building that up, but also we are a relatively small project, and we do what we can. So, as always, any help is very much appreciated. Come by the Discord, and live stream from Xeon. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Xeon. Definitely. Off Bryce Canyon. Yeah, it's going to be good. I don't know if I'll have my recording stuff with me. Who are we rating? Who are we rating? Good question. See, I don't follow enough people, so the only person that I follow that's online right now that isn't playing Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, because I traditionally followed people who played like speedrunners and stuff. The only person in our space I'm following right now is Dave. I don't know what he's doing right now. I guess I can see what he's doing. Let me see. He is programming in Laravel. I almost don't want to go there. Laravel Blade. That's what's on his screen right now. Am I going to send you guys all over to a stream about PHP? Is that what's going to happen? I think that's what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. I apologize to everyone else. Yeah, you're unfollowing? Yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's okay. Dev was here earlier. And I'm trying to say his name properly, because it's spelled Dev, but it's actually like Dev. So, yeah, I'm sorry, you all. But if you guys are still around, we're going to cut over to Dev. Thanks for joining me today. Thanks for joining the stream as always. And I'll see you guys in a month. Have fun.